Okay. Man. Oh, he's here finally. Oh, shut up. You try having 30 minutes to start to get you have 30 minutes from getting home to change, shower, shave, and then get ready to stream. But I didn't even get like 10 minutes to myself. It's just been nonstop today. My ex mommy Nanami 3. Wait, are we getting a flashback to mommy? Granted, some people did spoil that for me to some degree. Huh? A meat bun and a red bean bun? Okay, so steamed buns, so okay. Jaws must be having the time of his life. Dad brought these back from his visit to Yokohama. I just warmed them up. Which one do you want, sis? Okay, I'll take the red bean then. Oh yeah, her brother again. Oh! We just skipped. Oh! Oh! We just skipped. Oh, I thought this was a flashback. Oh, I thought this was a flashback. Holy shit. Oh, okay. Let me go back to normal. What? Oh, we just skipped. Whoa. That's surprising. That is actually quite surprising. My ex, Mommy Nanami 3. Chapter 417. Dude. I love the dark motif. What? Mizohara put her family house up for sale? When did you hear about that? We talked online yesterday. You mean that one we stayed in? Does your family have like 5 houses or something, Master? I guess the property tax is pretty rough. She says it's more economical to just get a lump sum of cash now and rent an apartment. She's been preparing for it for a while, and she said it's too big for her anyway. Hey, Kazuya, you would have fucking known this if you were there! Also, interesting note, Mute actually predicted this. Interesting note. Mute actually literally predicted this. He was talking about this just the other day on his thing where he's just like, the property tax is pretty rough because the house is big. She sold it? Wait, she put her family house up for sale. Now he's saying she sold it? But she has so many memories in that house. That sounds just like her, though. She lived there not only with us, but ever since she was little, right? I remember her talking about it. She has nerves of steel. That kind of mentality is actually a little scary. Well, love for Kazuya. I don't need this either. She's a massive minimalist. You don't know why she sold it, okay? She said the property tax stuff, but man, Kazuya sucks sometimes. He's so not understanding of her. So what's she gonna do then? After that, she's gonna move out today. Apparently, she's planned to live alone in the city. She's never told me her address, though. Why do you expect her to tell you? Oh, Kazuya, I want to go there so bad. She's living alone. You cheered up quick. She's selling the house, huh? I had no idea. I bet it was hard for her to clear everything out. I wish she would have at least told me about it, to ask for help or something. He never wonders why she never asked for help. I guess she's under no obligation to tell me, but it all feels cut and dried. It's not exactly any of my business after all. It makes me think that maybe she's forgotten all about me amid all the chaos. What if it's literally for him? What if it's literally for him? What if it's literally for him? I need this man to get, like, I need that wake-up call so bad. Reiji keeps building it up. Gah! Huh? Women will forever be a mystery to me. Did you just have a stroke? You're freaking me out. Sorry. Don't worry about it. Hey, what do you think? Do I still love you, Kazu-kun? Huh? Well, I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea. Oh my god. Mommy-chan, what are you doing? Sorry, can you open the door? Huh? Sure. She was just trying to get up. No, she hugged you, dude. Sorry for asking a weird question. Forget it, okay? Huh? Forget what? What was it again? Thanks. Ooh. We have never seen mommy this way. We have never seen mommy that Jaws eating good. Jaws is eating good. Huh? You want the red bean bun instead? Why though? I was just about to eat it. No way, I'm already set on eating it. Just let me have it. Hey, wait, ouch. Stop grabbing it. You've been like this ever since you were little. It's a bad habit. The moment you lose something that used to be yours, you just start wanting it all over again. Get called out. Whoa, are you kidding me? What the hell? The floor and my clothes are a sticky mess now. What are you doing? You're so annoying. Drop dead. I don't want either one then. Why are you so mad? It was just a red bean bun. Ah, look at the mess. Ah, look at the vulnerable mess. Bro, look at the vulnerable mess. It's not like that, you idiot. She's a tsundere! I fucking said it! She's a tsundere! I just fucking said it! She's a fucking tsundere! Everyone fucking down me. She's a fucking tsundere! She literally said back up, dude. Oh, did you just... Oh my god, the title drop finally happens now. In the very end of the chapter. The title drop wasn't there in the opening cover. I just realized that. Wait, it was, but then it wasn't. Okay, cool. Okay. It was. It was there in the beginning and in the end. Dude, that's so funny. That's so funny. So this chapter is literally about loss. And you losing something. I was right. That was literally my fucking theory. The only thing is, Chizuru is not present. Why? She's literally the thing he's losing. That was literally my theory. So yeah, some people like spoiled that it was about mommy. Shocker, it's about mommy and Kazuya, not just mommy. It's about mommy and Kazuya. The cover is mommy coming back from Hawaiians. Oh, I can see that. Oh, I can kind of see that. That makes some sense. Yeah, I can kind of see that being mommy coming back from Hawaiians. That makes some sense. I wonder if it like says that here or something. Chapter a peek. What a way to end the chapter. May I ask how this will deepen their bond in Kazuya and Chizuru's love story? Because it seems like mommy is taking over and mostly Tsundere is winning the MC. Okay, see, there's a problem with your interpretation, Wiz. It's basic bitch shit. Bro, you're literally looking at a pattern of a traditional rom-com. This manga is literally like, I am not a traditional rom-com. Get it through your fucking head. That's the problem. You're literally looking at a pattern you're all too familiar with. That is the issue. You are looking at a pattern you're all too familiar with. Instead of realizing the world does not function around this pattern you have conditioned yourself as real. It is literally what Kazuya does in this chapter. He convinces himself, oh, Chizuru doesn't care about me, oh this, oh that, not realizing there might be a real chance she sold that house because of him. Like, no, like the entire idea is like, there's this parallel between Kazuya and Mami here, where just like Mami, Kazuya chose a very particular path. In the very beginning of the chapter, what does Mami do? She's presented with two options. This is what this chapter does. It presents you with two options. Okay? You have two options. You have the meat bun and the red bean bun. Mommy takes the meat bun. Okay? She decided. But here's the thing. look at her. She clearly didn't think it through. It's very clear mommy did not think it through. She just picked an option. Okay. We transition to Kazuya. We cut to Kazuya, and he hears about this thing that happened with Chizuru. Except, he in part chose this option. He chose not to contact her. He chose to learn this information from Minnie. He chose to not speak to her whatsoever. And he never questions, why is Chizuru not texting me? He never notices his own influence on the problem. Mommy is a rich, capricious little brat. No, you're projecting. You're not understanding something very crucial here. You're not understanding something very crucial about mommy here. Mommy is not just a rich kid. There's a problem with how people tend to look at rich kids. Okay, there's a pity to rich kids that a lot of people don't want to look at here because, they're rich, they're privileged. When you look at a privileged rich kid, you can't fucking stand it. They're so fucking privileged, But there's a sad tragedy here. Ultimately, this is showing you that their parents failed them. Okay, mommy is a spoiled little kid because she never got told how to be a fucking adult. She literally never got taught. She's a spoiled child. She literally never learned. This exactly mirrors Kazuya. I'm not even remotely fucking kidding. Kazuya is absolutely spoiled out of his fucking mind. Nagomi spoiled the ever-living shit out of Kazuya, and then way later, she's just like, oh, now I gotta start treating him seriously. I think I spoiled him too much. And now it's catching up to her. It's like, oh, look, his spoiled nature is getting the better of him, and that's literally present here, right? He's not realizing how fucking privileged he is, that, he has this mommy who's super into him. He has Chizuru who's like selling her house, and Minnie is literally in his fucking house wearing fucking cat ears and talking to him. He doesn't see his privilege at all. It's literally the same thing, right? You have mommy interacting with her brother. Okay, her brother offers her this thing. And she takes this one thing. You switch to Kazuya, what is happening? Kazuya is interacting with Minnie, and Minnie gives him this information that she thought he already knew. He gets this information, and what does he do with it? He chooses the path that, he's back into this path of Chizuru and mommy all over again, right? He's back into this path of Chizuru and mommy all over again. Because he's not thinking his choices through. Right? She's selling the house. I had no idea, but I bet it was hard for her to clear everything out. I wish she would have at least told me about it. Say that! Talk to her! Do anything! Nope. He's not thinking his choices through. It's an exact mirror to mommy. Neither of them are thinking their choices through. Okay? He goes back to the mommy incident. He freaks out. Women are such a mystery. Bro, she just asked you if she loved you. The fuck do you mean? What's confusing? Why is he confused? He doesn't want to think about it. It's so much easier not to think about it. Okay? Keep going, cuts back to mommy. In particular, we see it from mommy's perspective. Okay? And literally, her brother calls her out for what it is. That now that she's lost Kazuya, she wants him back. What does that exactly do to you? It's a direct parallel to her losing her freedom. It's a direct parallel to her losing her freedom. The red bean bun in particular, guess what? I was fucking right about that. The red bean bun, okay, that's literally Chizuru's thing. Chizuru literally actively makes red bean or bean-based foods. Throughout the time that you were living with her, with Kazuya and Chizuru when they were living together, she's actively making red bean-based things. She literally wants someone else's thing because she didn't like the choice she made. Because mommy doesn't know what the fuck she wants. She has no clue what the hell she wants. Oh, look! It mirrors Kazuya to a fucking T. No clue what they want. That's the whole idea. When you look at these two options, at the start of the chapter, when you look at these two options, they are identical. Or at least they look identical, right? One is a meat bun, one is a red bean bun. They're just slightly different. They're very similar, they're just slightly different. Now, go back to mommy's backstory. What do you learn about mommy's backstory? She literally cannot differentiate between her desire for love and her desire for freedom. She can't differentiate between the two. Just as right here, you can't tell which one's which. Unless you knew, right? And even then, you're like, what's the difference? You literally don't know what's on the inside. That's kind of what a choice is like. That's kind of what a choice is like. It's like, yeah, maybe you'll know what it's on the inside, but because you haven't tried it, you don't know which one you want. So mommy takes the meat bun, thinking she might like the meat bun. Ultimately, she realizes she doesn't like this, right? She doesn't like that choice, so she wants a different choice. Again, it's literally like a kid, but that's the problem. It's because rich kids never really get to make a choice. They never learn how to make choices. They're literally spoiled. And because they're so spoiled, they never learn how to be an adult. It's not something to full on hate on. It's something to pity. It's something to help these people with because they don't realize what they're doing wrong. They were never taught correctly. Mommy was clearly never taught correctly. What is the choice she's making in the very beginning of this chapter? No, seriously, think about it for just 2 seconds. What is the choice mommy is making at the very beginning of this chapter? It's a choice her dad gave her. Is that even her choice? Do you see how, like, if you delve into it a little deeper, you're like, wait, did mommy ever actually have a choice here? Because just like her dad, it lets her do things based on the fact that she will do what he says in the future. Here she is being presented these two choices that are ultimately not really her choice. So she's not content with either. She doesn't want either choice. She doesn't like either choice. Because she doesn't have freedom. It's not the freedom to choose. She's being presented two options, but she picks between 1 and 2, not 3. I don't want either. Did you notice that? There's a hidden third option here. I don't want either. And what happens in the end, she doesn't take either. She throws one at him, both get wasted in the end. So instead of just choosing, that's the problem. Mommy just chooses an option. You don't have to choose right away. You can take your time. Think about it. Decide a little later. Or you could just not make a choice at all. That too is a choice. But she had to choose. She chose from the bowl that was given to her, even though both choices are not ones she wants. And her brother yells at her for this. You know, he looks at her, he yells at her for this, right? The moment you lose something that used to be yours, you just want it all over again. That pisses her off. Why? It very much mirrors the entire sequence with Kazuya and Chizuru, right? It literally mirrors that for fucking Batum. And that makes you wonder, oh, did mommy ever like Kazuya? What's going on here? What is the dealio with this? You don't know. Right? You're only left with mommy's thoughts and what those thoughts made you feel. She didn't throw the red bean one. She threw one. It doesn't matter which one she threw one. Well, it was her choice to break up with Kazuya. Correct. She clearly didn't think it through. That still mirrors that. You're proving my point. She clearly didn't think breaking up with Kazuya through. She just did it. Because look at how much she regrets it. Look at this mess. When you look at this, you see a mess. She is a mess. Right? When you look at mommy here, she is a mess. That is the whole point. She is a mess who's a blush and crazy and looks really cute and very much feels like a tsundere. Oh, look, it's almost like Reiji's quite literally deconstructing tsunderes. It's almost like Reiji is literally deconstructing tsunderes. She literally says, the iconic tsundere line. What more do you want from me? She literally says, the iconic tsundere line. It's not like that, baka. It can't be any more straightforward. It literally can't be any more straightforward. What Reiji is doing is deconstructing a trope. In fact, I vividly remember in volume 36, when volume 36 came out, Reiji talked about like certain things. And one thing that like clicked in my head that I didn't quite realize is that mommy is not a yandere. Mommy is a tsundere. Ruka is a yandere. And then Sumi is a dandere, and then Chizuru looks like a tsundere. When Chizuru is none of the tropes. If anything, Chizuru is closer to a kudere, which is the one that appears emotionless. but isn't actually emotionless. She just looks emotionless. So literally every character is a deconstruction of a certain trope. Ruka is a deconstruction of the trope of like the second female character, the tomboy, the yandere, all these things. She's a deconstruction of these tropes. Mami is the same exact way. Mami literally looks like a yandere when in reality she has tropes of a tsundere. What the fuck is an aldere? No, not an aldere. Shut up. No. Chizuru initially looks like, I guess aldere could work. Yeah, technically speaking, because Chizuru is like the person with the most like sense of self, I would argue. So out of all of them, she's not really trapped by a particular trope. She has like traits of a tsundere, kudere, all the deres because she's a human being. Chizuru is a kashire. Shut the fuck up. Don't make me ban your ass. Shut the fuck up. Don't make me ban your ass. Ironic that Mami called Chizuru a prostitute. Where's the irony? Where's the fact that she's horny? That she feels normal emotions? I don't get it. Where's the irony? Now, there is an irony in Mami dating around and then giving Chizuru shit for it. There's an irony that Mami abuses like Ben's like, needs and shit. But both Mami and Kazuya are spoiled and traumatized by their families. The difference is that Mami created that family for Kazuya. But there's a lot to this chapter. There's actually a lot going on in this chapter, especially the final portion with Mami. There is, and wow, I was kind of like right about certain things. Like I said, this chapter would be akin to a requiem. But rather than a requiem, it's like an unfulfilled feeling. It's an unfulfilling death. That's kind of what this chapter is. It's kind of an unfulfilling death, isn't it? Right? You have the house suddenly disappear. You have Mami clinging to the past and making a choice she does not like. And in the end, neither people are happy. Was the house sold or just on the market? See, that's why I'm confused because Minnie just told Kazuya it was up for sale, but here's Kazuya saying it was sold. I don't get that. She's selling it. It's not sold yet. She's selling it. But for some reason, Kazuya says she sold it. Which I don't understand. I'm curious if this is like a translation issue. Where, or maybe it's in like Kazuya's head. That's something that's definitely happened with Kazuya before, where he tricks himself into thinking things. Because the whole issue with Kazuya right now is trauma, and like literally reality is the enemy of trauma. Okay, so let me. Oh God, I wonder if Crumpy's even available. I wonder if Crumpy's even here, bro. Whoa, what the fuck? I lost like 10 people. What the fuck happened? Weird. Okay, let's go to Crumpy. Oh yeah, we're gonna know what the next time is. What a weird chapter. This is such an interesting chapter. Holy shit. There's so much subtle details. I think the biggest thing is you're seeing a duality. There's definitely a theme of duality at play here. Which is that's weird. The Japanese version censored it, but the English version didn't. What? The Japanese version censored it, but the English version didn't. Say what? Or there is some censorship. It's like blacked out. Or it's white. Yeah, there's white here. Okay, so there is some censorship. But the censorship in the English version is just better. Like this is pretty bad. That's pretty bad, bro. That's pretty fucking bad. That's like kind of tragic bad. and I'm so curious. Oh, the theme of duality is present literally in the chapter title. Oh, that's why there's two. That's why there's two. You see the chapter title here, and you see it in the very end of the chapter. It's a duality. There's the mommy, there's this mommy. There's the mommy you see at the very beginning of the chapter, which is like very kudere-esque, where she's very cold, right? Sorry, this is literally a tsundere. This chapter is literally the embodiment of a tsundere. Okay, okay, who's been following what I've said? Who's been following what I've said? What's a tsundere? Because I don't think people remember what a fucking tsundere is. They just think, you know, it's just the girl who's just constantly lying. And she's like, oh, I don't mean it, baka. That bullshit, right? So a tsundere is a character trope journey. In particular, the tsundere is initially very cold to you. And then by the end of it, she's very warm and affectionate and desires affection and love. So initially, she's very cold. What do we see here? Very cold, cut off mommy. What happens by the end of the chapter? Blushing tsundere horseshit. The blushing tsundere horseshit. It's all there. It's almost like you literally just watched a tsundere. Next time is strong words, but that's according to the spoilers. I'm gonna need to check what Crumpy says, but I don't even know when Crumpy's gonna see this. Fuck. Ugh. Damn, this sucks, bro. Oh, he's typing. Sweet. Oh, he's typing. Sweet. And then what the fuck happened here? I keep like losing. I keep like losing followers and subscribers. I must have pissed off some people. Whoops. I guess I pissed off some people. Whoopsie. Can't make everyone happy. Let me go here. See what Japanese fans had to say. Man, it's funny. I always thought mommy was a tsundere. I actually always thought mommy was a tsundere. And I'm surprised most people thought she was a yandere. Mostly because of how she does it. Because you guys clearly don't remember what a yandere is. A yandere is someone who wants to be like who wants all the love for themselves. And if you so much as feel anything for someone else, they get incredibly possessive to the point that they might kill you if it means they can't have you. What is Ruka doing? What is Ruka doing? She literally the yandere thinks you're her fucking soulmate. Or you're their fucking soulmate. Could be a guy too. It's literally the same thing. The only difference is mommy, sorry, not mommy. Ruka is a subversion of a yandere because she doesn't physically harm you. Except she kind of does. She's literally physically assaulting Kazuya, trying to enforce and bully her love onto him. And then she gets incredibly possessive whenever he's with Chizuru. It's almost like Ruka is a subversion of a yandere. Why are yandere so fucking crazy? They're not just psychotic. It's because they literally are trying to fill a hole that they believe is missing. Mommy is kind of the flip of this. Mommy is more of a tsundere. Whereas tsundere says, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. And then they lose you, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, I think I kind of want to be with you. It's almost like both of them are actually pretty defensive and not healthy. It's almost like they're not healthy in inverted ways. And I think this is the only chapter where we don't see Kazuya have a flashback of Ruka. This is like the only chapter. Let's see. It's painfully obvious that if it weren't for Chizuru, they wouldn't be able to get any feedback without resorting to fan service. Admittedly, I was pleased to see episodes featuring other characters other than Chizuru. It felt a bit like a harem rom-com. Okay, well, this person wants a harem rom-com. This person just wants a fucking harem rom-com. Okay. Sorry I'm not showing you anything. I'd just rather be safe when scrolling through Twitter than sorry. He said it. He fucking said it. So there's no option to be alone, is there? He fucking said it. He fucking said it. Yeah, I feel like this chapter very much leverages this idea of the illusion of choice. Yeah, I feel like this chapter really leverages the idea of the illusion of choice. Where you thought you made a choice, but you didn't. You tricked yourself. You were so convinced you made a choice when you fucking didn't. There's more Maximilian Dude on my timeline than there is the stuff I'm actually searching for. That's so funny. Okay. This person makes some interesting analysis. We can pull this up. Oh, that was delayed. Damn it. It beat me to it. Curses. Cursed fool. Okay, let's adjust this a little bit. Oh, shoot. I haven't been checking Twitch. Oops. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, sorry, Twitch. Oh, fuck. Sorry, Twitch. I kind of didn't look. Oh, God, there's so much. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. There's so much Twitch. Twitchity, twitchity, twitch. Let me read some Twitch. Look who's here finally. You looking young. It's called shaving. It took me the whole day to read the manga. Look at the spoilers. Hello, Notori. It's been a while. Well, it does have the number 7. Let's look at chapters 174, 147. So 174 is when Kazuya confesses to Chizuru for the first time, and she hears it. That is like a big thing in that arc, and then Chizuru hears it and is like, "Oh God, what am I gonna do?" Because like she turns out she was right. 147 is, I believe, when Sayuri's hospitalized. So you have this like duality at play too. So there is a duality in both of these chapters. Let's pull them up really quick. Okay, so 174. Chizuru asks him, "Do you have feelings for me?" And she tricks herself into not making a choice. Oh my God, she makes the same mistake. Oh, she makes the same mistake. So, okay. For those who don't remember, something very particular happens here. Prior to Chizuru asking Kazuya if he has feelings for her, she makes a very crucial fucking mistake. And that mistake is literally catching up to her in this chapter. That is literally the whole fucking idea. The mistake is literally catching up to her. So she lets loose in this chapter. She breaks her usual habits. So Chizuru has these very usual habits that she follows, and here she is letting loose and breaking these habits. This acts as a double-edged sword. What's going to happen here? She's going to order something. She calls and she says she wants the hazelnut and she wants a chocolate cake. Kazuya's like, "You're getting two?" "Yeah, so I was just wondering, from a calorie perspective." "Well, Grandma's gone, so I'm not exactly in deadline anymore. I'm going back to the wagon tomorrow." Mizuhara, that's kind of out of character for her. So you're literally already getting hints. Chizuru's not acting normally. She's being a little out of character. So Chizuru here is being a little bit of a kid. She's doing something a little bit out of her comfort zone. Okay? Then, after drinking, she'd already, like, literally the chapter starts with her getting, like, a little tipsy. She's a little tipsy, a little buzzed. Okay? She asks Kazuya, "Do you have feelings for me?" What happens? Kazuya freaks. So this is chapter 173. It's chapter 173. Okay. Chapter 174. Let's go to that really quick. Something very particular happens in chapter 174. So after Chizuru asks Kazuya, do you have feelings for me? Kazuya doesn't say anything. He hesitates. And then the lady comes back. Oh, look, the thing Chizuru ordered caught up with her. Her own choice caught up with her. It's as if she couldn't really go through with it, right? It's as if she didn't actually have... It's literally the illusion of choice. She mustered up the courage to ask, but she didn't have the guts to hear the answer. Because the moment the cake shows up, she's like, nope, sorry, that is out of nowhere. She runs off. She gets scared. Of course you don't, right? Forget I asked. What did we hear in this chapter? Motherfuckers, what did we hear in this chapter? What did we hear in this chapter? What the fuck did we hear in this chapter? Oh my god, look at these fucking mirrors. What does mommy say? Forget it, okay? Forget I asked. Forget I asked, let's finish the cake and go. Oh look, the illusion of choice. Right? She was never actually going to commit to the choice in that moment. She was fucking terrified. Why was Chizuru terrified here? Dude, she just lost her grandma. She just lost her fucking grandma. She's utterly fucking terrified. And I don't think Kazuya realizes how fucking scared she is. And this is where I think Kazuya makes a very crucial mistake, where he essentially comes to the conclusion that Chizuru is 99% strong and 1% weak. She's a lot weaker than he realizes. Chizuru is fucking terrified. Okay? So, another few seconds and I probably would have told her. I'd have jumped and said, I want you or something. Okay? They start walking. I want to ask for a while now. Were you able to tell your Grandma Sayuri you know about us? Oh, look. We hit at the heart of the matter. Oh, look, here we are hitting at the heart of the matter. It's almost like this wasn't so much about confessing as it was about loss. Because remember, at this point in the story, her grandma died 3 weeks ago. This is her last living relative. Kazuya literally tells you in the earlier chapter, she is acting out of character. Something is fucking wrong here. This chapter was basically foreshadowing to you the big fall in Hawaiians, because Chizuru is not in character and Kazuya is not fucking catching it. And then you're gonna get a little more here. She says, "No, I couldn't tell her. I tried, of course, but she said it didn't matter. If I wanted to tell her, she wanted to hear about it, and if I didn't want to, she didn't want to." When she said that, I guess the moment had come and gone. But I don't have any regrets. Because of that, I agonized over it right up till the end. Would it be for my sake or for hers? Guess what? Guess what? She literally tells us later she absolutely had fucking regrets. She absolutely felt guilty about it. Why? Because of everything that happened in Hawaiians. And she's going to literally spell it out for you here. But somehow, it's still hard for me to talk about. If we tell Grandma Nagomi the truth and she finds we lied to my grandma right up to the end, she'll look at us with contempt. Oh, look, it's like there's actually some fucking regret there. And she's actually terrified. And she doesn't want to lose anymore. And now she's really scared of losing things. Because she literally just experienced loss. What do people do when they read the Hawaiians arc? A common thing tends to happen when people read the Hawaiians arc. They think that Chizuru has this like deep sense of loss that stems from her dad and her mom and all this bullshit. Not that she literally just lost her only fucking family and she thinks she might have made a mistake, and then everybody reinforces to her she made a mistake. So she feels super fucking guilty about it. It's almost like Chizuru is afraid she fucked up. Okay? So she doesn't want to fuck up again. So literally what you're presented is the illusion of choice. Chizuru was never going to actually get the answer from Kazuya because she was afraid she fucked up. That's why she says to him earlier in the chapter, forget it. Because I'm already making a mistake right now, right? She thinks I'm being stupid. You don't feel that way, right? I'm stupid. Why would you ever have feelings for me? I'm stupid. She tricked herself. She literally tricked herself exactly like mommy. Kazuya says that won't happen. I won't let it. All of it. It's my fault. I'll protect you. I swear I will. Haha. How are you going to manage that? The anime doesn't handle this very well, by the way. I don't like how they handle this scene in the anime. Okay, she tells him, give it your all. If you don't find someone, I'll never forgive you. She literally doesn't believe herself to be worthy because she's experiencing grief. She's literally going through grief, dude. That's why she doesn't think she's worthy. This is what grief does to you. It literally makes you feel like you don't deserve love because of your love for someone else persevering. You don't feel worthy. You feel like shit. And this just happened to her. People don't realize how she's fucking falling apart right now. She literally doesn't have any family. She's alone. That's it. And what happens? Kazuya confesses. Maybe if I say this, you'll be upset with me, but for the longest time, I've been in love. She runs off. Plot twist, she heard everything. Oh, look! Oh, look! It's literally the same thing. Are you noticing something? Are you noticing a pattern? Oh, look, it's literally the same thing. She's literally getting the same exact flashbacks that we see Mommy having at the very end of the fucking chapter. Oh, look, it's the same fucking thing. Oh, look, it's the same fucking thing. We're literally seeing the same exact type of flashbacks. Huh? And what does Chizuru do right after getting into her house? What's wrong with me? I'm so stupid. She literally takes off her clothes. And you see the boobies. Oh, look. It's almost like there's literally a parallel between the two characters, but there is a difference. There's an inherent difference between the two. Why? Because one directly stems from loss. The other is literally unable to accept the loss. One is afraid to lose more. One cannot cope with the loss she has already experienced. Right? So one is in denial. One is less about denial and more so just unable to accept the truth. Because she's literally trapped in her trauma. Mommy is using trauma as an excuse. Chizuru is actually trapped in the trauma. Okay? That's what people don't see about this scene. This entire sequence with Chizuru here is deeply rooted in that trauma of losing her grandmother. That is actually what this is all about. If you remember when Kazuya asked Chizuru out in chapter 171, I believe, literally he says something that directly connects to this again, right? Chizuru had already asked him out. Kazuya already perceives like it's already a fucking date. This is a date. Okay? And then he says, Sayuri-san, you were wrong. Mizuhara Shiu has tremendous strength, but she has also a hint of weakness. If she's 99% strength, she's 1% weakness. He's wrong. He literally doesn't notice how weak she is because he saw that before. She is not as strong as you think she is. No one is. And what you don't realize is that 99% strength bullshit and 1% weakness bullshit is actually more of a sign of how weak you actually are and what you need your heart to be filled with. It's literally like yin and yang, right? Yin is curved and yang is curved. For a very simple reason, together they make a circle. That means there is literally an entire piece missing. That little tiny piece that shows your weakness is actually an indicator of the big thing you're missing that completes you. Not that you just need that little hole filled. It's not that the hole needs filling. It's that you need a whole other thing that goes with you to make a circle. And that is why Reiji directly references yin and yang. We'll go to chapter 147 later. Let me keep reading the comments. Was the red bean the Matrix reference like the blue pill and the red pill? Oh my god, it could have been. Oh my god, it could have been. Oh, it's literally the Matrix. It is, because Reiji has referenced the Matrix, and literally the whole point of the Matrix thing is that it's the illusion of choice. The whole point of the choice that's presented to you in the Matrix is that it's an illusion. You're not actually making a choice. You are always going to pick red. It doesn't matter. Even if you pick blue, you'll eventually pick red. Why? Because now you know one is not real and one is. The possibility of having the other thing, it simply proves to you the truth that you have to pick red. The later Matrix movies literally talk about this. It's literally the fact that it's the illusion of choice. You were never going to make a choice. It wasn't even a choice. It was literally a conundrum. I think Reiji's leveraging the fact of blaming Chizuru through Kazuya, like, why doesn't she contact him? Exactly, and we don't know why. Or fourth option, take both. True. You have that option too. Mommy choosing the pork bun. I thought it was the meat bun. Whatever. While thinking about the anpan bun, sweet simple, represents her current state. She's trying to be an adult and cynical, but she's craving the simple, honest love that Kazuya offered her. But she's not an adult. Mommy merely looks like an adult. Oh, I think I get it now. In this cover, doesn't Mommy look like an adult? She looks composed. She looks mature. And what is the framing? The framing is intentionally like you're getting up from the seat and you're turning back to look at this really beautiful, mature girl. Right? Isn't that literally the framing? Like you're getting up from your seat to turn and look back at this person who's like beautiful and gorgeous and oh my God. And then what you don't see behind closed doors when she's vulnerable, when she's literally physically naked, is that she's a fucking shit show. Oh, look, the cutie patootie is the super mature girl is actually a cutie patootie. Isn't that literally the appeal of waifus? Doesn't Mommy literally look like a waifu? You fell for this shit, hook, line, and sinker, motherfuckers. I think I might be wrong, but she wants Kazuya back. Oh, I mean, that's literally what the chapter is like heavily implying to you. She looks pretty lonely in the chapter cover. That's another interpretation too. She is absolutely alone. There's no one there. And how does the chapter end? She is yet again alone. She is yet again alone with these feelings. Right? She's talking to someone who's literally not there. It's not like that, idiot. Let's see. Everything is lagging for me because I'm not spot with barely any signal. I like how Kazuya has the mentality where he makes it simple instead of questioning why or even talking with Chizuru. He oversimplifies it. Yeah, Kazuya has a tendency to lean towards his own bias rather than actually see the truth of what's going on in the picture. Mommy on a train displays defensive body language with crossed arms and an adult blazer, indicating she's trying to regain control after an emotional breakdown. The empty seats beside her signify Kazuya is no longer her support, and she's now a passenger in her own story. I don't know about Kazuya was never really a support. Kazuya was never really a support for Mommy. If anything, I think the biggest thing is that it's meant to signify her own lack of control in her life despite looking in control. No, I think you dug a little too deep. You dug a little too deep. Kazuya was never an emotional support for Mommy in any way, shape, or form. That was never a thing. Mommy has never had emotional support from anyone. Mommy's always been alone. And so what you're presented with is the illusion of control, just as the chapter presents you with the illusion of choices. Mommy here looks completely under control, completely composed, like she knows exactly what she's doing. You get to the end of the chapter, she has no idea what the fuck she's doing. In contrast, everything around her is empty. She is a passenger in her own train. That I agree with, right? She is a passenger in her own story. She is passive in the narrative. She looks under control. In reality, she is completely passive in this train, which decides her direction for her. Her direction is already predestined. She doesn't really have a choice on where she's going. That is already decided. She's only as in control as she appears. She's not actually in control. This directly mirrors the theme of the illusion of choices. She doesn't actually have a fucking choice. So this girl that to you appears very in control actually looks quite lonely. From a different perspective. She looks quite lonely. She has nobody. Is she actually in control of her life? Or is she just staring out a window, dreaming of freedom? Oh, look, what is Mommy doing? She's literally sitting down, staring out a window. She has one arm on her other arm, which makes it look like she's very mature. In reality, she's comforting herself. She's giving her her own feeling the sense of control because she has none. Her legs are crossed, which feels like it's hiding something, but it's conveying to you like this, ooh, look how mature she looks, right? Her body language almost betrays her own feelings. Her body language literally betrays her own feelings. She looks mature in how she sits, but in reality, like the body language is literally showing how she's trying to maintain control. She actually doesn't have control. So even the body language is conveying that to you. I think it's just a future shot where she escapes her situation. Now she's a cool businesswoman. No. I don't think so. I heavily disagree. This is not mommy escaping her situation. This is mommy literally being trapped. Because what do you see her do in this chapter? She's at home. Nothing happened with Kazuya. She goes back into her little room, having taken this choice that she does not like. She doesn't like the choice that she made. It's almost like she's not actually in control of her own body. She doesn't like the choice she made with Kazuya, just as she doesn't like the choice she made with the meat bun. Reishi did say sometimes covers are simply shots of the future. I don't recall him ever saying that. If you're gonna state statements on behalf of the author, back it up with a source. Give me a source and I'll believe you. But this is not how I'm interpreting this shot. Plus, we have the translations from Crumpy, so we can know where it's supposed to specifically be from. All right, Crumpy, hit me up, boy. Okay. So, we're going to go here. I'm going to move this over here. And we're going to see exactly where this is supposed to be from. We'll get an idea. Okay, so page 1 reads... An early afternoon in the Nanami family. What is mommy thinking and feeling about when she was really close with Kazuya in the car? Interesting. Let's see what the cover page reads. The cover page reads, she's been trapped by something ever since the journey home from Hawaiians. Oh, look, it's the past. It was from Hawaiians. Oh, look, it's the past. It's literally her in Hawaiians. It's literally a callback to the literal memory she has in this fucking chapter. Oh, look, here she is thinking about that exact thing that she was probably thinking about in this fucking train ride. It literally tells you where it's from. It's almost like when you operate on assumptions, you don't know what the chapter's talking about. It's best not to jump to conclusions and see what the cover is trying to convey. I said someone earlier said it was from Hawaiians. I saw some parallels, but I wanted a confirmation. That's why I didn't say it was from Hawaiians. I didn't clarify whether it was the future or the past. However, now we know for a fact it's the past, which thematically falls in line with exactly what the chapter is showing us, that the character is literally trapped in the past. That is the whole point of Mommy's character. She literally holds on to Kazuya because she doesn't like the choice that she made in the past. She is literally trapped in the illusion of choices. She doesn't actually have a choice. She's not actually going to make a choice. When she asks Kazuya, do you have feelings for me? She wants him to say yes. Not because she's actually going to do it, but because she can't actually bring herself to say it. In fact, I found out from Mute just the other day that what Mommy said when Mommy asked him, can we stay in the car a little longer, was actually more passive and something that's kind of hard to convey in English, where Mommy specifically says something along the lines of like, she essentially leaves it all up to him without trying to pressure him. Essentially, she's literally not making a choice. Everything about Mommy's approach from the very beginning is not making a choice, but she's trapped in the past. She literally grabs onto Kazuya's back. What do you see? She's grabbing onto Kazuya's back. She's in front of him, but she grabs onto his back. She can't let go of the past. Mommy is literally trapped in the past. Kazuya is literally her past that she is looking at. She's been stuck there the whole fucking time. And that is literally what her brother calls her out on. Right? You clearly didn't like your choice. And here she is falling the fuck apart. Okay, so that read, she's been trapped by something ever since the journey from home from Hawaiians. And that's kind of exactly what trauma is like, where you're trapped in you're trapped in your past and you cannot live in the present. Those feelings that she can't be honest about. She doesn't feel good because she doesn't have any outlet for them, an outlet for her feelings. Next time, strong or tough words. Wow, Mommy, the chapter's like spelling it out for you. She literally doesn't have an outlet. I was just fucking saying that she literally doesn't have a way to talk about these feelings with anyone. Hey, it's almost exactly like Chizuru. Chizuru also doesn't have an outlet to talk about anyone about this. Huh. It's almost like everybody judges mommy for feeling a certain way. Right? It's almost like her brother just judges her for how she's appeared in the past and not how she's actually feeling. That's his own perception of stuff. And her brother's always really mean to her and expects things from her and just says things to her. Never noticing she never really had a choice. Right? She's trapped in the illusion of choices, constantly going back to something old, but she's not actually making any choices. She's been trapped from the start. And her brother doesn't see that because he doesn't view his circumstances as being trapped. He's a guy. His dad is not forcing him to marry anyone. That's not really happening to him. He's never really had to deal with any of these issues. He's privileged too. The brother literally does not see his own privilege while giving his sister shit for her privilege. Right? He's the one who presented her the choice in the... Oh, Reishi, I fucking love you, man. He's the one who presented her the choice in the first place. And then, when she doesn't like the option that she picked, he gets mad at her for not liking the option she picked on the choice he presented her. You're the one who offered. Why'd you offer? Why did you even offer it to her in the first place if you knew this was how it was going to play out? Right? He gets all pissy at her for doing this. You get mad at mommy for doing this. You're the one who offered. So why offer? If you didn't want to deal with this, why do that? It's almost like the bun came back to bite his stupid ass. Right? If you didn't want this to happen, don't fucking offer. You could have had it all to yourself, bro. Did your dad tell you to do that? Nope. But he did. He did it anyway. Oh, Crumpy, if you're here. There is one thing I want you to check. Right here. So in the Japanese, in the English, Kazuya says that Chizuru sold the house in the English right here. I'm going to send it to you. In the English, he says Chizuru sold the house. But all Minnie told him was that Chizuru put it up for sale. So I don't understand. Is Kazuya actually saying she sold the house or is she selling it? I'm just a little confused. So I sent you the picture. Feel free to look at it and see what it says. Oh, it looks like some stuff is like hidden. Let me take another picture. I'll send you another picture. There we go. Yeah, that was one thing we definitely wanted to check. Kazuya said she's selling after. So here he says she's selling it, not that's why I'm confused, because he says she sold it and then he says she's selling it. And I'm really curious, like, why that wording? Why is that so confusing? He hit the nail on the head. The brother was just calling out mommy's... He's the one who offered. Yeah, from your perspective, the brother was just calling out mommy's bullshit. It makes a lot of sense from your perspective. Except he's the one who offered this to her in the first place. In the bubble, he says, huh? She sold it. That's weird. That's weird. Yeah, because that's what it says in English, huh? She sold it. She's selling it. She hasn't sold it yet. But she has so many memories in that house. She lived there not only with us, but ever since she was little, right? I remember her talking about it. She has nerves of steel. That kind of mentality is actually a little scary. But she just explained, like, it has property taxes. She's poor. She can't pay half of this shit. She can't live in it alone. Like, I think it shows less nerves of steel and more the willingness to let go. If anything, Chizuru selling the house actually really reflects her willingness to let go. Whereas everyone else can't let go. Kazuya can't let go. Mommy can't let go. No one can let go. Not even the brother can let it go, right? You think the brother is calling out mommy for her bullshit, right? That's the interpretation. I even thought the same thing initially, but I felt a little weird about that. From the moment he said it, I felt a little weird about that because this is the interpretation of mommy's character. And yet, he didn't seem to mind which option it was either. Oh, did you notice that? Did you notice that? Did you notice how he gave her the option to pick which or one first? He could have just taken one for himself, but he didn't seem to care which one it was either. So why is he getting pissy now? Did you notice that? I don't think any of you caught that. When he offered to mommy these options, he's the older brother. He should be chill with it. He's the one who said pick either or. He never said you couldn't swap. So why is he getting pissy about that? Right? Why is he suddenly upset about that? Right? You were chill with offering for her to pick first. So why is it suddenly an issue now? Is her brother actually calling her out for her bullshit, or is her brother not realizing his own lack of choices? He's the one who said it didn't get. He's the younger brother. Oh, is he? Is he the younger brother? I don't remember. I think you're right. Actually, I think you're right. He is the younger brother, which further plays into my point. If he is the younger brother, I'm not 100% sure. I totally forgot. I just know he's a brother. I don't remember either, to be honest. Let me go check. He's the younger brother. Sweet. Thanks. Oh, does she say the... Does she call him mommy's own projection of herself on other people? I think Nissan. He's calling mommy Nissan. Ah, there it is. So she's older. Yeah, mommy is older. Right? And yet he's being the petty little brat. So it makes you wonder, who's the petty little brat? Is it mommy or is it him? He's the one being a little petty about this little thing that doesn't fucking matter. This is not a big deal. Right? Most brothers would be pretty chill about this. Like, okay, whatever. He's the one who offered. So why is he getting pissy now? Right? It literally shows her brother doesn't see his own privilege. Right? He literally doesn't see his own privilege. And I think there is a symbolism in their hair colors. Right? They literally have similar hair colors. Right? They have the thing that they both have on their face. And his hair is a little more straight. Right? His hair curves outwards, whereas mommy's hair curves inwards. They're literally kind of like opposites. They're flipped. Right? So he presents this like adult choice when he's a stupid fucking kid. Emo Arata. He's like nothing like Arata, bro. I love the subtlety of this chapter. Nobody is making a choice. Not a single person has made a choice in this chapter, except for Chizuru. The only person who made this choice in this chapter is Chizuru, and she's not here. Because this chapter only depicts characters that did not make a choice, including Minnie. Minnie also didn't make a choice because what did Minnie do? All Minnie did in this chapter was share information. She didn't actually do anything. Right? That's it. Minnie didn't really do anything. She just conveyed information and then just disappeared. Chizuru is seriously taking her acting path even more than she sells the house and chose to live rental in the city to make her travel distance to work easier. We don't know that. That could be the case. We don't know that. Even if you're right, like, we don't know that. Like, we don't know why Chizuru moved. We just know Chizuru was willing to sell the house because it was more of a burden on her. right? If something is a burden on you, you have to be willing to let it go. You can't just get sentimental over it. And if you're going to keep it, you should have like a solid plan to keep it. Chizuru wasn't going to be able to keep this house alone. I think she just knew that. And that's the difference between her and Kazuya. She's willing to let go. Whereas Chizuru is willing to let go of this house that has a lot of memories. Kazuya is not willing to let go of Mommy because he has a lot of memories. Right? And what does he do when presented with this choice? I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea. Similar to letting Kazuya go, she already did. And he wouldn't let her. I know you're trying to be funny. Oh, you're trying to be clever. It's like, oh, he's going to end up with Mommy. But she already did. Chizuru was willing to let Kazuya go no matter how much it hurt. I think that's something Kazuya just does not understand. He thinks she has nerves of steel. No, she's just willing to make a choice. There's a difference. It's not that you have nerves of steel. You're just willing to make a choice that is hard, but you must do it. He can't. And that's what he doesn't understand. That Chizuru is willing to make a hard choice. He's not. And it's not sold yet because selling used more than the sold plus Chizuru moved out from the cleaning the house. So more likely it's selling and lump sum happens when the house is sold, which takes a couple weeks. We don't even know how quickly it's going to sell or when it's going to sell. When was the last time we got a Mommy volume cover? We got one in the preparation for Hawaiians. So when Kazuya was going, here, I have them. Let me pull it up. I have them. Give me a sec. Volume 39. That was the last one. Volume 39. It was when Kazuya was going with Minnie to do prep work for the date, because that arc is secretly about Mommy. I think her selling the house is related to the separation. It is, but it also reflects her ability to let go. It is absolutely related to the separation, 100%. There's absolutely a relevance to it. But the difference is that like there is an underlying theme of Chizuru is able to let go. He's not. He thinks it's an impossible fucking choice. Money's more important than pretty memories, on that we can agree, but why she sell a house where she and Kazuya can raise a family? Can she afford it right now on her own? Can she ask him for anything else? Hey, Kazuya, contribute your wealth and income to save my house, which he will do in a fucking heartbeat. Right? But we're not together and I don't love you yet. How does that sound? Just a quick question. How does that sound to you? Right? Seems pretty fucking shitty. The house is her responsibility. That's how Chizuru looks at it. The problem is that Chizuru is dealing with everything alone. Kazuya says, why doesn't she just ask me? Bro, she feels guilty. Get it through your fucking head. He's not going to, please understand. He's not even thinking about that. Kazuya has not even processed how guilty Chizuru feels. The last time she brought him over to help with the house, she fucking paid him. And she refused him saying, no, it's cool. No, she's like, take the fucking money. That's how guilty she feels. Now she can't even ask him for help. She doesn't think she's allowed to. She can't even contact him. Well, Kazuya wonders, why doesn't she just contact me? I don't know. Have you considered how guilty she feels? And if you don't believe me, look at chapter 413 and 414. She talks to Minnie and literally talks about how guilty she feels about him. And how he literally wouldn't take no for an answer. And he would just keep waiting. He's literally abusing her goodwill. So she can't ask for more. That's why. That's literally why. If there's a second solution, there's a second solution. She'll find it. If the house ultimately ends up staying, I think it would be pretty interesting direction because it would be kind of fitting for accepting the past and returning to this home. But Kazuya realizing the house disappearing could be in part because of his own fucking choices. Ooh! Ooh! Cook 'em! Cook 'em good! Tough words. Tough words. Well, it seems like the mommy arc is temporarily over. It could come back. Strong words. That is actually interesting. Kazuya never says any strong stuff. So that could be another direction in the stuff that Kazuya was doing wrong. Where Kazuya never makes any strong statements, never says any strong words. Not anymore. Like who he is now does not do that. So I could see the next chapter kind of being about that idea, like not saying the tough things that need to be said. Sumi's next. I don't know if Sumi will show up right away. I expect Sumi to come back around chapter 420. But I don't know. Right? Tough things that need to be said. Let's see. Let's see. Well, I might be wrong here. They're still learning from you. Just like Kazuya's body betrays his feelings when Ruka is sexually assaulted him. Yeah. Well, Kazuya is also betraying his own body. Thus, the body naturally betrays him. He's literally not listening to his own body, so his body doesn't listen to him. It's like, why the fuck should I listen to you? You're not listening to me. That's why you don't have control over your body, because you don't listen to it. You have to be in sync with yourself. Literally, it's the yin-yang thing, but like internally. And there's a fly. Of course there's a fly in the fucking house. Fuck me. Ugh. Minnie didn't tell Kazuya about the talk with Chizuru about him. Yep. That's another thing. We see Minnie again, and she conveniently doesn't mention any of this and keeps it all a secret. Right? Minnie also technically presented Kazuya with a false choice. Right? She doesn't mention to him she talked to Chizuru, but she does mention to him this other thing, and then is surprised when he reacts in a way she doesn't get. It's almost like Minnie literally presented Kazuya a false narrative. Alright? It's almost like Minnie presented Kazuya a false narrative and then reacts weird when he reacts weird. Huh. It's almost like Minnie is just like the brother. Their positions are even in reverse, I think. Mommy is this... Oh my god, does Kazuya wear white? Oh my god, he fucking does. Kazuya wears white with black bottoms. Mommy wears black and her legs are white. They're literally inverted. Bro, they're literally inverted. Kazuya wears white and has a black bottom. Mommy wears black and has a white inside. It's almost like Kazuya's internal is black, whereas Mommy's internal is white. Oh, that's so interesting. And again, you see the spiral. Because what happens, Kazuya's thoughts literally spiral. I guess she's under no obligation to tell me, but it all feels so cut and dry. It's not exactly any of my business after all. He's in shadows. Intentionally so. He's fucking wrong. It's not that she has no obligation to tell you. It's that she can't tell you. I want to go there so bad. She's living alone. You cheered up quick. It's almost like there's something hidden here. His hidden desires. I had no idea. I bet it was hard for her to clear everything out. I wish she would have at least told me about it. So he wishes she told him about it, but doesn't know why she didn't. This is true. This is true. This is hiding something, and this is reflecting his internal blindness. Right? You don't see his eyes here. And then he freaks out about the mommy thing. And it's so interesting that the mommy thing is the new thing now. Isn't that interesting? The mommy thing is the new thing now. The Ruka thing used to be the thing. Now it's the mommy thing. How interesting. We flipped from Ruka to mommy. Okay. I might need to eat something really quick. I'm kind of like, I feel kind of hot and I haven't eaten anything in a bit. Fuck these steam buns. They got me fucking hungry. Okay. Give me like 10-ish minutes. I just gotta eat something. I'll be back in a bit. Feel free to write certain things or link me stuff to read. I'll be back in a bit to check it out. Display. This is a good one. This is a good place to leave it. Oh, gosh darn dang it. Okay. I gotta mute myself first because it's gonna Oh, yeah, the camera. I forgot about that. Okay. Give me a moment. Setting up the camera. Camera. Do 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 do. Fuck, dude, I'm really. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! It was good. It was good. I fucking tapped the phone so slightly, and it's just like, nope. Fuck you in particular. Nope. Fuck you in particular. Okay, let's try that again. Hey, look who's back. And the bitch is back. Okay, some people wrote some stuff. Let's see. Still think these idiots are just making mistakes after mistakes. Remind me of an early stream when Johan said, "Are these two stupid? Worse, they're in love." Worse, they're in love. Yeah. So no, it's not quite that simple. You have to recognize that Chizuru's mistakes very heavily stem from Kazuya's mistakes. Chizuru is trying to make choices, but every choice she makes results in the wrong thing. Kazuya doesn't help her with these choices in any way, shape, or form. The reason Chizuru is making mistakes at all is in very large part because of Kazuya, because he's not in this relationship. That's how Kazuya can help Chizuru solve her mistakes, but in turn help her realize what she's doing wrong. Because in many ways she's not actually doing wrong stuff, but she also is. Whereas the actual source of the issue is Kazuya. I've mentioned this before. Kazuya is very much leveraging this issue himself, and he doesn't realize the sheer amount of power he has in this situation. He's in many ways kind of like Mommy's brother, where he kind of presented this like false option to Chizuru. Actually, I kind of want to think about that for a second. Kazuya is the one who receives the information from Minnie. And yet Minnie is completely passive in this chapter, which makes you wonder who in this dynamic is the one actually making choices. Is it Kazuya or is it Minnie? I would argue it's Kazuya. I think Kazuya is the one who presented these two options. And he didn't realize the illusion of the choices he presented, just as he didn't realize the illusion of the question that was presented to him. There wasn't really much of a choice. Kazuya chose not to make a choice, ironically enough, because he can't make that choice for Mommy. So ironically, Kazuya not making a choice merely proved to Mommy the choice she was already going to make for herself. In that same way, did Kazuya ever have a choice in the matter when it comes to Chizuru and her house? Right? Did he want a choice? Okay, you should have contacted her. So that raises the question, did Kazuya choose this? So it makes you wonder, who's the one who made which choice here? With Mommy, it looks like Mommy is the one who made a choice and didn't like that choice, right? That's how it's presented to you. In reality, that's a false narrative. There was no choice. With Mommy, it was the illusion of choice. It was the illusion of control. Kazuya is the flip of this. Kazuya is the other side of the coin. Kazuya is presented like he didn't have a choice in the matter at all, right? He's presented like he had no choice in the matter at all, except he chose this. He chose not to have a choice in the matter. He knew about the house. She told him she was selling it. What, did he think she was not going to do anything while he was fucking away? Like, did he just think she was just gonna not do anything while she was away? It's almost like object permanence. Who here has heard of the term object permanence? Basically, object permanence is the idea that something doesn't exist when it's not around you. So it doesn't move, it doesn't do anything its own stuff when it's not around you. But object permanence essentially says it does. Everything that's not around you, it moves. It exists on its own. But when you're not around it, right? It doesn't mean it's just going to stop moving. It's going to keep moving. Kazuya assumed just nothing was going to happen to this house, right? This house isn't going to go away. Nothing's going to happen to this house, right? It's normal. It's just going to stay around. He never even thought about it. So that makes you question, Was the choice taken away from Kazuya, or did Kazuya simply choose not to make a choice? Not making a choice is also a choice. He knew she was selling it. He knew she was doing these stuff. She fucking told him. He already knew this prior. He knew how much this house mattered to her. He saw all of these things. He chose not to interact. So, whereas Mami is presented the illusion of choice, Kazuya, you think, is the mirror. You think Kazuya is the mirror of Mami. He, too, had no choice in the matter, right? Or maybe Kazuya is supposed to be, or maybe Kazuya is like, actually, wait, let's lift that up. Let's lift that up a little bit. You think Mami had a choice. There we go. You, as the reader, think Mami had a choice. She didn't. She didn't have a choice. You flip to Kazuya. You think Kazuya did not have a choice in the matter. Right? Your interpretation, your initial interpretation upon reading this chapter is that Kazuya did not have a choice in the matter. So you think they're opposites, right? In reality, they're opposites in ways that you don't realize. Mami did not have a choice. Kazuya absolutely fucking did. But he acts like he didn't. Merely because Chizuru didn't contact him in making this choice. But he fucking knew. He knew about the house. If he felt something about it, he could have said something. He didn't. If he wanted the house to stay, he could have helped her with that. He never checked. He never asked. Therefore, did he care? Right? If Kazuya was willing to leave the house, not care about it, and not say anything, why should it matter to him if she sells it? It's her fucking house. It's almost like if you actually give a shit about something, you have to be involved with it. Otherwise, it will disappear. It's that simple. But Kazuya sure gets over it quite quick when it comes to going to Chizuru's place. Minnie, in contrast, is not actually the person in the position of power. She's merely presented like it. Why? Because she texts Chizuru. However, all Minnie is presenting to Kazuya is that what he's not doing. He's making a choice not to text Chizuru. Why does Minnie get to know this information and he doesn't? You think to yourself, Minnie has more control than him. No, he's literally giving her control. He could have texted, he could have asked, he chose not to. He's literally willfully choosing to be in the dark. It is a choice. He is choosing to be in the darkness. He's choosing not to know. He's literally in his own deluded world. And that is fantastic writing. Because your interpretation upon reading this chapter, your first read through, which you're not meant to get what I'm getting, is that you think mommy is just, being really stupid and she didn't like letting go of Kazuya and all that shit. In reality, no, that's not really the case. She's actually been thinking about it very deeply. She is clinging to the past, but what is the past to Mami? The past is freedom. At least the very illusion of freedom that she desires. She thinks this is what she desires. It's not about Mami choosing Kazuya now that she's lost him. I think that narrative has always been wrong. I actually think that narrative has always been wrong. That's what it looks like. That's what I think it is. I think Mami not getting over Kazuya and only caring about him is what people think is going on with Mami. I don't think that's true. I've never thought that was true. That never felt right to me, and I think Jaws would agree. I think Mami always liked Kazuya. She just didn't know. But at the same time, maybe she did know. Because you don't really know what was in Mami's head. So you still don't know why she broke up with him. Right? You don't have the full details of why she broke up with him. Maybe she always liked him. Maybe it was that thing. Maybe this isn't that anymore. So maybe at the start of the series, it was what the brother described. Maybe now it isn't like that. Right? So maybe at the start of the series, it was exactly what the brother described. But maybe what we're experiencing right now with Mami is not these things. Maybe what Mami is experiencing right now is different. That what she's feeling right now isn't the fact that she's lost Kazuya and she's clinging on to that. Maybe she thinks what she has with him is real. And she doesn't want to let go of that. She feels very serious. Her heart beats. She's feeling emotions. Therefore, this is actually what I want. And what's to say you can't change your mind? Who the fuck says you can't change your mind? Fuck off. Everybody changes their mind. Why should I, not change my mind? Anywho, let's see. The house is a way for Reishi to tell us don't take things for granted. I think I said something similar to the other stream. Pretty much, kind of. Kazuya absolutely took the thing for granted, and it disappeared. And this is a theory I pretty much came up with recently on Twitter, where I was talking about, like, I realized why. So if you guys remember, when we were reading through the cohabitation, there were scenes where Kazuya was, like, heavily implying something was going to end. And suddenly I'm like, oh, he says his paradise with Mizuhara was going to end. The house was a paradise. The house was a literal sanctuary. The house is disappearing. The literal paradise he's living in, the Delulu Lala land, is disappearing. He was going to lose the house. On Minnie's birthday, when they took a picture, he said this was another treasure that I had in my collection or something. Which again gave you that impression, oh no, is Chizuru going to disappear? But what if it's literally the house? What if he's literally going to lose the house? And he just didn't, that's what the dialogue was hinting to you at. That the house was going to go away. You were going to lose this thing that you shared, this beautiful thing that you could have kept if you'd actually fucking done something. Instead, you're going to lose it now. I think Minnie telling Kazuya that the house is being sold shows yet again how she is choosing to be right. She could have let him know that the house was being sold or the previous conversation. Instead, she hides these details and just wants him to focus on what she wants him to do. No, I think Minnie just doesn't think about the consequences of her actions. She just kind of just tells him, doesn't really care what it means. You know? She just kind of says it and doesn't really give a shit what it means. So let's see. Yeah, Kazuya hears about it. So that's the other thing. Kazuya hears about it from Minnie, not from Chizuru. Right? Kazuya hears about it from Minnie, not from Chizuru. And he just blatantly believes Minnie. And he comes to his own conclusions about what this means rather than asking Chizuru how she feels about it. Right? All of this is Kazuya coming to his own conclusions rather than just asking Chizuru what she feels about it. Okay? You mean the one we stayed in? Does your family live in like 5 houses or something, Master? We talked online yesterday. I guess the property tax is pretty rough. She says it's more economical to get a get lump of sum of cash now and rent an apartment. She's been preparing for a while, and she said it's too big for her anyway. If she's been preparing for a while, that could explain, for instance, her going to the bank. Right? Remember those things where she said, oh, I need to go to the bank for this, I need to go to the bank for that. It looks like Chizuru was preparing for her own thing. Right? So it looks like, you already literally kind of got some hints of that. Chizuru was going to the bank, Chizuru was doing that, Chizuru was doing this. So it seems like you literally were already getting hints that she was preparing for it. So there's some of those details coming full circle now. She sold it, but she has so many memories in that house. She has nerves of steel. Right? So what does Kazuya do here? Rather than think about what the house means to her, he equates that to his own feelings. This is a repeating motif of Kazuya's character. What he'll do is he'll make it about himself. Right? Not how did Chizuru feel selling this house? Oh, what if she treats my feelings this way? Because she treated this place this way. AKA, it's how men victimize themselves. It's when a lot of people, some women would do this too, of course, like everybody does this. Let's get out of the way. I'm in particular focusing on how men do this because there's a lot of men who do this, where a lot of people love to play victim. And what I mean by that is not like they literally victimize themselves without really thinking about how they're literally, in being a victim, they're ruining their own life. Kazuya is absolutely fucking doing this. He makes it about himself, right? She has nerves of steel. This kind of mentality is actually a little scary. She's a massive minimalist. Well, I don't need this either. She tosses Kazuya's love to the side as if it didn't matter because she sold the house. But he never saw her selling the house. He never saw the effort she put in. He never saw how much it meant to her. And she's actually talked about how she really cares about the house, but also how living in it alone was rough. Oh, look, there's another reason. She tells Minnie that it's about an economic element. Right? An economic element was definitely at play in selling the house. Sure, absolutely. She's not wrong. I think another part of it is that living in this house alone is brutal. Living in this home alone is brutal. Look at it from Chizuru's perspective. Every time she comes home to this home, She's reminded of the people she lost. She has no one to share it with, no one to talk about. She's... Oh, Reiji, you are a fucking god. Isn't Mommy trapped in her own home? Isn't Mommy's home intentionally presented like a prison? It's this beautiful house. Her family's rich. It's so great. And yet she is alone. The text for the final page of the chapter literally reads... The text for the final page of the chapter quite literally reads, when I get to it, for fuck's sake, right here, it reads, these feelings that she can't be honest about, she doesn't feel good because she doesn't have an outlet for them, an outlet for her feelings. In the opening page of the chapter, when Mommy is in the train, it literally reads, she's been trapped by something ever since the journey home from Hawaiians. She, just as Chizuru has no outlet for her feelings, just as Chizuru is trapped in this fucking house. This house where she's constantly reminded that she's fucking alone. How does that feel? To come home and be reminded that the people you love are fucking dead. Is a house a place or the people? Right? Is a home a place or the people? This isn't to say you shouldn't have a house, but to Chizuru, it's fucking brutal living in this place. And paying the taxes and stuff, it's almost like the house is a burden. A burden she must carry alone. A burden Kazuya does not help her with. In fact, that is literally the thematic idea presented to you when Kazuya first goes to her house. When Kazuya first goes to Chizuru's house, what is the thematic idea intentionally presented to you? Chizuru literally has to pick up rocks that her fucking grandpa left for her to pick up. A literal weight on her shoulders that she cannot carry. She can't pick those rocks up. She needed Kazuya to do that. In that same way, the house itself is a literal emotional burden she could not handle alone, and she straight up told him this in chapter 379 or 380. Right? She straight up told him, Ayo, I can't handle this. Like, I needed people with me when I was living in that fucking house alone. It's too big for me. It's too big to live alone. Right? You supported me during hard times, sad times, and stayed by my side. The past month, too, the house would have been too big for one person. The last time she was in that house alone, she was crying. That's how painful it is for her to live in this goddamn place. But nobody's processing that. They're just like, why is she selling it? Bitch, you try losing everyone you love and being constantly reminded of it every time you come home. Let's see how you fucking feel. You tried paying money for this to be constantly reminded of this under the possible hope that maybe you'll get to raise your family here. Doesn't seem very fucking logical to you anymore, does it? It's like you're literally trapped in this fucking house. How does the house look when the arc starts? Who remembers how the house looks when the arc starts? I don't think many people do. Right? My girlfriend in love, that arc? Yeah. How does the house look when the arc starts? Look at this horror show. Look at this horror show of a house. It's fucking terrifying. And Kazuya wonders how Chizuru is just fucking able to sell it. This place is, like, really hard for her, dude. This is rough. Living in this place is brutal. Like, to you, it's a gift. To someone else, it may be just pain. Pain that you have to live with and constantly deal with. Kazuya doesn't even think about that. Did you notice that? Kazuya never really thinks about, like, how Chizuru feels, except that it might have been hard for her to move everything out on her own. And there's a repeating pattern with Kazuya's emotions where he always comes back to making it about himself. Right? You'll notice that. Here, we'll go through it right now. When Kazuya first hears about it, right, he's just processing the information. Okay. Immediately makes it about himself. Okay. He wonders what she's going to do. Makes it about himself again. I want to go there. And Mr. Fish calls him out. Oh, you cheered up quick. Oh, sure, like, isn't fucking bugging you that much anymore. I had no idea. I bet it was hard for her to clear everything out. I wish she would have at least told me about it. Okay. He wanted to help. Makes it about himself again. I guess she's no under obligation to tell me, but it all feels so cut and dry. It's almost like you made it this way. It makes me think that maybe she's forgotten all about me and amid all the chaos. Huh. How are you treating her again? Have you texted or called or visited or done literally fucking anything? Who's forgetting about who? That's right. You are. That's right. You are. He's literally talking about himself. He's so busy with Ruka. He's so busy with Mommy. He's so busy with Minnie. He's so busy talking to Sumi. Who has he not talked to? Who's he forgetting about in all of this bullshit that he's dealing with? Right? Amidst all this chaos, he sure is forgetting all about Chizuru. Why? Did Chizuru call or text? Correct, she didn't. But she's still thinking about him this entire fucking time. You literally saw her thinking about him when she was talking to Minnie. So it's not that she doesn't want to meet him. It's not that she doesn't want to call or text. Maybe she can't. And feels like she can't. He can. That's the issue. Right? You're focusing on why isn't Chizuru calling or texting, not wondering why isn't she calling or texting. You look at Kazuya, who wants to be with her, who wants to support her. He can interact with her without being in a relationship. He says he loves her, and yet he doesn't speak to her. Kazuya knows for a fact he's in love with her. If you love someone, why don't you fucking interact with them? No, and that's just a plain fact. Like, you say you love someone. Why the fuck do you not interact with them? She's the one confused about her feelings. Okay, let her be confused about her feelings. Interact with her. You're the one who says you love her. Why aren't you interacting with her? Okay? This is why I put so much weight on Kazuya not doing it. Because he knows for a fact he loves her. She's questioning if she loves him. So why doesn't he just interact with her? It's almost like it makes you wonder who's forgetting who. Whereas every time you see Chizuru, she's literally constantly thinking about him. Literally nothing else. Every single time you see her, he's in her mind. Every single time you see her, he's on her mind. Every time you see Kazuya, it's some other bullshit. Right? Maybe it's the guilt over Ruka. Now it's Mommy. Then it's about him or his hair or some fucking whatever bullshit. So it really makes you wonder who's avoiding who. Is Chizuru actually avoiding him, or is Chizuru merely avoiding him because she thinks she needs to? Almost like she's being a martyr. The same is for him. He told her to focus on her play, and he doesn't want to bother her either. Minnie's texting her. What's there to bother her with? Minnie's texting her perfectly fine. It doesn't seem to be an issue. Why would he be an issue? Do you see how the logic falls apart almost immediately the moment you break it down? Do you see how the logic like immediately crumbles the moment you think about it for like 2 fucking seconds? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Right? It clearly he's not an issue. He doesn't want to get in the way of her play, yet here she is dealing with the house alone. Okay, Okay, so was he ever an issue? Did Chizuru ever say he was an issue? Did Chizuru say he was a problem? Right? Chizuru never said he was a problem. She just said she wouldn't have a boyfriend until that point. She never said she wouldn't talk to him. She wouldn't text him. She answered his calls. She didn't say it was bad. She didn't say don't get in my way. None of this shit. So where is all that shit coming from? It's almost like he's building a false logic. He's literally convinced himself. Okay. When you say just let it happen, you're missing the point. I really hate when you're dissuading conversation like this. No, Chizuru is making mistakes, absolutely. I'm trying to tell you the reason those mistakes are even occurring is because of Kazuya. He is making this choice. And that is just a fact. Yes, their relationship has a broken foundation, absolutely. It is a choice he made, and he in part is perpetuating this cycle of a broken foundation. This is what this arc is about. It's him learning he's done this. And waking the fuck up. It's him realizing what the fuck he's been doing. And being trapped in his trauma. That's all. I'm not saying Kazuya is some horrible fucking villain. I'm saying Kazuya is literally in denial of reality because it is how he copes with trauma. He's literally in denial of the reality around him because it is easier to cope with that trauma that way. He internalizes every single issue and makes it about himself, so that way he doesn't actually have to address that there is an issue. That is why. He makes the issue internal, so that way he never has to deal with it. Right? He blames himself for everything so he doesn't have to deal with it. Some characters deal with their trauma through work. Great example, Grace Ashcroft from the new Resident Evil. She literally is a very traumatized character, and she deals with her trauma through work. When she interacts with the little girl, Emily, it forces her to actually start fucking living. Because she starts initially looking at her like a specimen. She looks at her like the analyst that she is. And the character being so alive snaps her the fuck out of it. Kazuya is in kind of a similar position where he's interacting with these characters that are so alive that it's breaking his walls, and it's literally forcing him slowly but surely to snap back into reality. And his body is taking so much its physical and emotional damage that it literally can't keep up because he refuses to make a fucking choice. He literally refuses to make a fucking choice, and it's catching up to him. And his body can't take it anymore. He's going to hit a breaking point where he has to look at reality. Right? And I think the way it's going to happen is he experiences a loss he might not be able to, he might not be okay with. He's going to experience some form of death. That is what this arc is seemingly setting up for me. That Kazuya is going to experience some form of death. And that death is what ultimately will, rebirth his character. Bring him back to life, if you will. Which is very thematically fitting considering the hero's journey. There is a death and rebirth sequence where you literally, you're die and you're reborn, and you remember who you are and what you need. So there is going to be something coming soon where Kazuya is going to experience some form of death, where he has to snap out of it. In saving Chizuru, he can free her from her bondage, and in turn, help her free him from his bondage, his trap, his emotions, his feelings that he's trapped himself in. He's literally trapped in his own shell of a person. Right, he's literally trapped in his own body, if you will. I'm just saying, using Minnie as a telephone to communicate major decisions is also a mistake by Chizuru, in my honest opinion. Except, did Chizuru want to do that? Hold on there. You're going to say yes, because of what she did in chapter 390. Except, Minnie came over, Kazuya told her things, and Chizuru refused to tell Minnie anything. Or did we forget chapter 387? Minnie comes over. Chizuru refuses to play the game. She's like, nope, I'm going to wait for him to say something. She gets a little curious. She gets a little ahead of herself, but the moment she almost lets it slip, she stops. Then Minnie drags her into a fucking room, screams at her, and tells her she's hurting Kazuya, and then Chizuru decides to use Minnie. Which begs the question, was that even Chizuru's choice? Did Chizuru want to do that choice, or was that a choice she felt she needed to make? It's almost like in Kazuya choosing not to do anything, in letting Minnie go to yell at Chizuru, in making Chizuru feel like garbage, and feeling guilty about Kazuya, and feeling like she didn't do enough. Now she feels like she has to play his game and do it and do more. Why is Reiji putting so much effort to make Chizuru look bad in the past chapters? Something just doesn't add up. It's intentional. It's called a rug pull. You're going to realize you're the dick. That's literally it. Reiji Reiji literally wants you to feel like a fucking asshole when you realize you were the dick to Chizuru all along. And how you chose not to understand her. He wants readers to play his game. Keep hating Chizuru? Come on. I know you can. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at how angry you are. Oh, look at how upsetty motherfucking spaghetti you are. And that is how Reiji wants to change your perspective. That is how Reiji wants to change your perspective. He wants you to fucking look at how you're judging so much stuff around you. He wants you to look at how you keep judging so much shit around you. You're so judgmental. You're so angry. You want to jump to conclusions. You want to assume so much about other people. Only to eventually realize all your assumptions were based on nonsense you convinced yourself of. You chose to listen to this bullshit. You knew better. You knew better, but you were hurt. The readers are traumatized, are they not? How many readers, when you go to Reddit, they'll say, oh man, this manga hurt me so much, but I can't stop reading. Isn't that literally like, what is it? What's the term? Isn't that literally like, what's the syndrome called? What's the syndrome called? What's the fucking syndrome called? Where it's like you stay with your abuser. Stockholm syndrome. Isn't that literally like Stockholm syndrome? Right? Isn't this literally just like Stockholm syndrome? In fact, isn't that literally what Kazuya's kind of doing? Right? Mommy emotionally fucking hurt him. Mommy emotionally fucking hurt him. She really emotionally hurt him. He's going back to her. He's hanging out with her. He just cannot let it go. Ruka just physically sexually assaulted him. He goes back to her. Right? He's keeping her out, but he's not shutting her out either. He's still in a relationship with her. He didn't end the relationship. Mommy stays with her abusive father. In fact, she literally eats the steamed buns he bought for her. Right? She eats the food he buys her. Did you even make a choice? He's the one who bought the food. Did you eat your own food, or did he decide for you? Kazuya, despite living on his own, doesn't really make any of his choices. He clings on to Chizuru despite the relationship seeming so unhealthy to us as the readers. Right? So many of the readers want to assume the worst. Oh my god, his relationship with Chizuru is so fucking unhealthy. You should just break up with her and go be with Sumi. You should just go be with Sumi. She's so affectionate. She's so great. Go be with her. Right? Oh man, Sumi's best girl. Go be with her. Right? And so many of these characters are fucking deluded in their trauma. We as the readers are deluded in our trauma. We don't want to see real people. We want to validate our feelings of pain. So many of the readers are hurt. They need their pain and their anger validated. They want to hate Kazuya. They want to hate Chizuru. They want to hate Mommy. They want to hate Ruka. They just want to be angry. And what does Reiji do? He validates that anger. Okay, be angry. Get upset. And then when you ultimately realize that your anger was rooted in bias, your own bullshit that you convinced yourself of, man, you're going to snap the fuck out of it. And you're going to look like a real asshole. You're going to look like one hell of an asshole. And what's it going to do? It's also going to make the story better because it's going to absolutely recontextualize every single thing you read. Oh my god, I was fucking deluding myself this entire goddamn time. I was stuck in goddamn La La Land. Sunk cost fallacy? No, I think they've tricked themselves into thinking this is sunk cost fallacy. No, I think it's more like Stockholm Syndrome. I wouldn't say it's sunk cost fallacy. They say it's sunk cost fallacy. I would say it's closer to Stockholm Syndrome. Where, you stay with your abuser. Right? The manga hurt you. Why don't you just leave? Oh, I invested too much. I care too much. They tell themselves it's sunk cost fallacy. It's Stockholm syndrome. You know, it made you feel good at one point, therefore it could make you feel good again in the future. Right? Oh, what if I finally get that ending I want? Man, it's sure gonna feel good after that. That's why I'm saying it's not sunk cost fallacy. Because they say, oh, I just invested too much. Granted, you could be right. I do think sunk cost fallacy is definitely at play here, because that's literally what Minnie says to Chizuru in chapter 387, where she's like, you invested too much, it's too hard to give up now. So I guess you could be right. Never mind. I think it's both. We could say that. We could say it's like Stockholm syndrome and sunk cost fallacy. But your sunk cost fallacy and your Stockholm syndrome are literally trapping you. You tricked yourself. It's the same thing in a sense, right? You stay with your abuser because occasionally they made you feel good. You stay with this thing because you invested so much in it that you can't give up. It's not so different. One or the other are not so different. There's definitely absolutely a similarity between the two. Mommy didn't eat, technically. She threw the food, right? That is a choice too. The main problem with Chizuru right now is that she has a lot of potential to give love, a lot of potential to be someone's side, potential to care for the people she loves, but we never see that potential flourish. She lets her potential be wasted away. Is she letting that potential be wasted away, or is someone letting that potential be wasted by not freeing her and letting her do these things? Chizuru is trapped in guilt. Chizuru is very much trapped in guilt, self-loathing, and self-hatred because she perceives herself as a really terrible person. Okay, if you free that person from those feelings, she can do that. And if you don't believe me that this is what the story is writing, the entire dilemma for Chizuru in the date is that she wants to find the difference between rental and real love. And in the end, all she is a rental. In fact, everyone says this. She never escapes the role of the rental girlfriend. You think that she is choosing this. She's not choosing this. She doesn't have a choice. Man, the potential bad event with Sumi can't come quicker to break Kazuya out. Yeah. You think that's the problem. You think Chizuru has a choice in how she acts with Kazuya. She doesn't. She has a choice in the other things she does in her life. When it comes to Kazuya, she does not have a choice. That's the problem. Chizuru has choices in every other aspect of her life except for Kazuya. And this is meant to make you think what this looks like to you as the readers is that, you know, when you're in love, you can't control your feelings. You know, love controls you. You know, your body decides for you when you're in love, right? That's what it looks like, right? It looks like Chizuru has no control of her feelings. They all just control her. That's how love works, right? Like it just takes over your body. It decides stuff for you. Except that is the illusion. No, everyone has a choice, even mommy. Not everything is a red pill, blue pill, red bun, and bun. No, that's the... You're missing the point. You're missing the point. The reason Chizuru doesn't fully have a choice when it comes to Kazuya is because she is trapped in guilt. He is guilting the ever-living shit out of her. Okay? When you're guilted in a relationship, you don't really have a choice. It is a power dynamic. Okay? And a lot of people, especially like Chizuru, who have a very deep sense of justice, who feel very guilty about Kazuya, in many ways, she doesn't fully have a choice. I say fully because she in part has a choice. Yes, Chizuru is in part making these decisions because she thinks she needs to. She is in part deciding these decisions. Kazuya refuses to see his part in why these decisions are occurring in the first place. He is the source. He is the central pillar of why these are happening. Yes, you have a choice over yourself to some degree. Absolutely. But the other person also has a responsibility to you in fueling these choices. Okay? That's why in court they talk about this shit. Like when you're talking about court, it's like, okay, did someone like fuel your decisions or you just make that solely on your own? And when someone fueled those decisions, where they came from and stuff, the sentencing can change depending on those situations. Now, I'm not trying to say like this is a court situation where we got to talk about that. I'm just saying even in court where it's very black and white, in a lot of instances, they even consider that kind of stuff. where it becomes a little more gray and complicated. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, Chizuru is in part making a choice here. You're not wrong. Chizuru is making, I would argue, a shitty choice, and she knows it. That's the thing. Chizuru knows the choice that she's making isn't great. She doesn't want to make this choice, but she thinks she needs to. Okay? However, why does she think she needs to? He convinced her that she needs to do this. He got in her head through her guilt. He never absolved her of her guilt, so she can make the choice she actually wants to make. So in many ways, the choices Chizuru is making are not fully her own, just as Kazuya's choices aren't fully his own. On one hand, why the fuck is he listening to Minnie? On the other hand, he's absolutely choosing to listen to Minnie. Right? Minnie is using Kazuya's people-pleasing tendencies to make him listen to her. On the other hand, he is absolutely choosing to fucking listen to her. Because it's so much easier than dealing with his trauma. In that same way, you can apply that to Chizuru. Chizuru is choosing the path that in some ways kind of validates to herself that she's a bad person. In some degree, it kind of validates to herself that she's a bad person. You know, fine, I'll be a bad person if it means it makes the people I love happy. That's how she looks at herself. She is in many ways of validating her own self-hatred. She fucking hates herself. So she's making a choice that would validate that, but in turn, if it results in her being able to give love, she'll fucking do that. However, why does she think she's a bad person? Because nobody will let go of the 3 months. Nobody will free her from this. Kazuya won't help her with this. He keeps pressuring her to make this fucking choice because he won't let go. She tries to be a bad person and let him go by breaking up, by rejecting him and letting it go. She can't even be that bad person. She's not allowed to be a bad person. That's fucked up. She's not allowed to be bad in any way, shape, or form, which makes her feel like a horrible person. So she fucking hates herself. Right? That's the whole thing we always talk about, how Kazuya idolizes the ever-living shit out of Chizuru. In turn, she has to constantly be perfect. In turn, she is trapped in rental. Do you see why Chizuru can never escape rental, no matter what she fucking does? She's literally not allowed to be a complete person. She's not allowed to be bad, and in turn, looks worse. Because she's not allowed to be a bad person, she looks worse. She's not allowed to feel these desires because she feels horrible for feeling this way towards Kazuya. She clearly is horny as shit over him. She doesn't believe she's allowed to feel this way until she fucking loves him. So it's literally not letting something be bad and in turn making it worse. So much fucking worse. Chizuru was expecting a fight after rejection because deep down she wanted Kazuya to get mad at her. Kazuya's extreme selflessness is making her more and more guilty. Kind of. I don't know if she was expecting a fight. There is one place where I could completely agree to you she wanted a fight. There is one place where she absolutely wanted a fucking fight, and Kazuya didn't fucking do it. And Minnie made it worse because she didn't let it play out. Where's the scene? Yeah, there is one particular place where Chizuru absolutely wanted a fucking fight. She was ready to get down. Right here. Dang it, give me the clean scans. There we go. This. When they were in the bar and they were drinking, oh, she was picking a fucking fight. Oh, these be fighting words, bro. Be fighting words. She was ready to get into a fucking fight. Kazuya backs off like a little bitch, you know? But if Minnie had just let it play out, if Minnie had just shut the fuck up and let it play out, Chizuru would have egged him on more. Instead, Minnie ends up fighting with Chizuru instead of letting them have their fight. They need a fight. They absolutely need a fight. They gotta break this foundation. So yes, it's a vicious cycle that I think it's gonna start. So the way the cycle is gonna break, I think, initially, is that Kazuya might realize how much he fucked up. And he's gonna need to help Chizuru in some way. Or he feels the need to help or save Chizuru in some way. And maybe freeing Chizuru from her guilt, it would let Chizuru be a little bit bad. And when Chizuru is able to freely be a little bit of a bad person with Kazuya, she can eventually get into a fight with him and force him to talk about shit like Ruka or Mommy or like any of the shit that was going on. And then they could get into a proper fight about this shit. And I think that could be how the foundation is rebuilt, where it breaks. That's the problem. Kazuya doesn't want the foundation to break. It's already shattered. It's like that scene from Resident Evil where we're in the building and the glass like breaks in like 2 shots from a pistol. That's kind of what it is. You need to let it break. You need to let it all shatter so you can rebuild. You know, and that's the problem. He doesn't want it to shatter. He's so afraid that if it shatters, everything is going to break. And he's going to lose everything. He needs to let it all break down so he can properly rebuild it and have like an outsider's perspective on the situation. Anyways. She made the choice to let him back in when she got on his back. She refuses to let him just go as Kazuya refuses. I think by Chizuru saving Kazuya first could release her guilt, she would be even. No, I think Kazuya has to save her first. No, I disagree. I think Kazuya has to save her first. For 100%. No. She made the choice to let him back in when she got on his back. No, she didn't really so much have a choice. The thing is, you're misunderstanding something about that scene. In chapter 382, Chizuru said she wouldn't lie to him. Chizuru said she wouldn't lie to him. He stopped her and asked a question, so she told him the truth. Chizuru doesn't want to lie, so she didn't lie to him. She told him. He got on the ground and said, just get on. She said no initially. She started walking away. He's like, stop, just fucking get on. Okay? He forced an issue. It was a good thing, but that's actually more of what he needed to do. Just force an issue. He didn't. He never forced an issue. He never used tough language. He never like forced a conflict. When she chose to get on his back, yes, she did. She felt guilty about that. But he pretty much pushed her to do it. And she was already feeling shitty for that, so she just eventually just gave in. You know, she felt bad, and she wanted to make up somehow. So, in some ways, yes, Chizuru ultimately made a choice in that scene. But it's literally showing how Kazuya empowered her in that moment to make a choice she didn't initially want to make. That's kind of the whole idea, is that Kazuya needs to give her the strength to make these choices and to let her be a bad person. That was the whole point of that shot. The point of that choice, Kazuya gave her the potential to be a bad person. He's like, just do it. I'd feel like shit if I just left you here. So just fucking do it. So you're actually making me feel better in being in using me here. And then she already said, I feel shitty about that. I don't like that. She doesn't refuse to let him go just as Kazuya refuses. I disagree with that. She does let him go. She was ready to let him go. She got on his back. She didn't want to let him go. But she was ready to let him go. She admitted it to Minnie. She was gonna let him go when he got on the taxi. Right? If Kazuya wasn't gonna say anything, she was letting him go. That's it. That would have been it. Bye-bye. That's it. I'm not happy with this choice. I don't like it, but I'm going to let you go. That was the whole point of that sequence. She was ready to let him go. Kazuya can't let her go. When Kazuya told her he'd keep waiting, she kissed him because she felt like, okay, I can let myself be this way. And then he proceeded to tell her, you can't be this way. Nope. You can't be this way. You have to be better. Because he let Minnie fucking get mad at her. That's the problem. When Minnie gets mad at her and demands Chizuru do better, it stops Chizuru from being able to just be herself. Chizuru feels she needs to do better. She has to do the right thing. She can't just be bad. She's not allowed to be a little. She's not allowed to just let herself be in a relationship. That's not how relationships works. So no, I really think it has to start with Kazuya. He has to save her first. He has to make a choice first. In choosing to do something first, and this Reishi's already visually showed you this. Chapter 397, when Kazuya calls her, and he tells her about July 11th, and she agrees to July 11th, and then she tells him about the play, Hey, it's almost like the only reason that happened is because Kazuya made the choice to fucking call her. And in turn, she lifted her head up and she felt stronger for it. It's almost like Reiji has been constantly telling you what the solution is. The solution, but that will just add to her guilt. No, the solution is freeing her from guilt. The solution is freeing her from guilt and essentially letting her do what she wants to do. Once she is free from this guilt, she is able to do right by him. I really think Kazuya needs to save her first. How he's going to save her is going to be different, you know? He has to save her in a way that, like, maybe helps her feel the need to save him somehow. I'm not really sure what Kazuya has to do, you know, to save Chizuru, but he has to free her from the guilt. I think that's kind of the setup, to understand her guilt and her feelings and to free her from that guilt. But he's not going to be freed, and that is what will result in Chizuru freeing him. Kazuya right now is somehow in the reader's position. He invested too much at this point, and he really can't let her go. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. It's the sunk cost fallacy Wiz was talking about earlier. Read the Twitch chat. Oh, my bad. I had the Twitch chat covered because I had my face. My bad. I'll read Twitch chat. So, Canadian Spaghetti, if you're still here, there's a problem. Oh, you're just a shitty person. Okay. If you think people deserve to die alone for rejecting you, you shouldn't be in a relationship. If your interpretation that someone should die alone because they rejected you, then I'm sorry, you shouldn't be in a relationship. A relationship is not about, rewarding someone for doing things for you. So let me get this straight. By your logic, if I spent a whole bunch of money on a girl and made her dream come true, should she be in a relationship with me? Why? Cool, I made her dream come true. Why is that constituted as love? Why is that constituted as love? Why should she share anything with me? Right? I spent money. That was my money to spend, and I made her dream come true. Why should she be in a relationship with me? That seems pretty fucking silly. So if I spend money on OnlyFans, and because of that money, this girl got a whole bunch of stuff, she should be in a relationship with me? Where's the logic? Right? People are so quick to criticize relationships and call out prostitution and say how prostitution is bad, but then they don't see their own hypocrisy when they're rejected for spending that kind of money because they didn't actually invest in a relationship. They don't see their part that they're playing in that relationship. You're deluding yourself. And the fact that your solution to someone rejecting that person for investing a whole bunch of money in the relationship is that they should deserve to die, and not questioning why they rejected them in the fucking first place shows your own hypocrisy and idiotic bias. Okay? I want you to stop for a second and fucking think about yourself for just a little bit, okay? And before you say she refused to give back a penny, she paid him back regularly throughout the fucking manga, idiot. She paid him back regularly throughout the manga, idiot. You should fucking read the manga a little more. She's actively paid him back. Here. It's right fucking here. Here. It's literally next to this fucking chapter. Jesus fucking Christ. First thing she does when she walks in, hands him a fucking paycheck. He refuses the money. She says, shut the fuck up and take the money. Every single time she's tried to pay him back, he won't fucking let her until she forced the money down his goddamn throat. Jesus fucking Christ. He literally refuses the money every time. He won't fucking let her. Every time she tries to pay him back, he's like, nope, I refuse. And then it adds up. It keeps adding the fuck up. She keeps feeling worse and worse and worse. Chill, he understands that. Clearly he doesn't. He just called me a hypocrite. That's the thing. People don't seem to realize that when you're constantly paying someone this money, you refuse to take any money back. You refuse to receive anything from them. They feel guilty. They feel like they owe you. Chizuru feels like she owes him. But she doesn't want to get into a relationship where she gets stuff and he's fucking unhappy. The entire day she's trying to give him something and he refuses to accept anything. He never shows her he's happy. He's never content with anything. So what the fuck is she supposed to do? People are so mad at Chizuru, they're not seeing at all what the fuck Kazi is doing. He's literally trapped her in a relationship. She can't even reject him. She can't even make him move on. He won't move on. She can't do anything. Okay, you're just getting blocked. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking clown, dude. Get the fuck out of here. How do I block this person? There we go. Ban. Goodbye, never seeing you again. Oh, look, he had a One Piece thing. Of course he did. He had a One Piece thing. Of course he did. It would be the generic shonen fans who say that horrible, disgusting crap. It would be the generic shonen fans who say that horrible, disgusting crap in my fucking chat. Get the hell out. This is why you can't reason with some people, dude. There's just some people who don't want to listen. They refuse to see outside of their own perspective. They're so trapped in their own deluded horse shit that they refuse to look outside the box. They can't. They don't know how to. Like, goddamn. Fucking deluded ass horse shit. They got fucking ethered. More like Hakai. Fucking Hakai'd his ass. Be gone. What is it? Fucking 1,000 demons of death or some shit. What is Akuma's super? Oh, I gotta pull up Akuma's super. I fucking love Akuma's super. Where's Akuma's super? We gotta fucking watch it. Okay. I'm sorry, we gotta watch it. I fucking love Akuma's super. SF6 Akuma Raging Demon. Oh, I fucking love Raging Demon. No, this is what I did to this fucker, dude. This is what I did to this motherfucker, dude. Oh, I gotta put the headphones on. I fucking love the Raging Demon. It's so cool. I fucking love the Raging Demon. It's such a cool fucking move. Gotta make sure the audio's on. Just Raging Demon his ass. Oh, you know which one I kind of like a little more? I'm a little biased towards this one. I like the Street Fighter V one a little more. The Street Fighter V one's really fucking brutal. It's like super violent. Oh, the eyes moving is so cool. The eyes moving is so fucking cool. Dude, I fucking love the way the eyes move. Just... Oh, that's so fucking sick. So fucking sick, dude. Anyways, got into a fight with a stupid fucking Redditor again. God, this must be what, like, getting into fucking stupid idiots a lot. You talked about the Resident Evil video about trauma. Oh yeah, we should watch that. We should watch that. I've been meaning to watch that. Considering tomorrow I might not be able to stream, we should probably watch that. So okay, slight update. There might be a reason I can't stream tomorrow, because my shift tomorrow is from 11 to 6:30, and then I have to get up early the next day. So either I get up early and stream, which doesn't seem very fucking likely. So I'd either get up early and stream, or I just stream Thursday. I'm kind of feeling like I should just stream Thursday. Like, tomorrow just feels like a really shitty day to stream, because I have to be at work at 11. So I could stream for like an hour or two, I could stream for like an hour or two, maybe, if I started at like 9. But I don't know. Anyways, we got to pull up that video. What the fuck? Okay, history. Huh. When did I see this? When did I watch that? I did watch this. I didn't watch this either. Oh, is this the thing where YouTube like plays stuff in the background when you like hover over a video and then it just plays it on its own? That must be what that is. Okay. So let's watch this video. So this video is absolutely relevant to what we're watching. So we're gonna watch this video. This is absolutely relevant to what we're talking about.
Unlike other forms of psychological disorders, the core issue in trauma is reality.
Is it hearable?
There's a special book published in 2014 that has captivated me and changed the nature of how I've seen and understood myself over the...
Is it hearable or is it a little low? It's a little low for me. Maybe I need to heighten the volume a little bit. It's a little low for me, but I don't know if it's low for you guys.
Past few years. It is called The Body Keeps the Score. Brain, mind, and body in the healing of trauma.
The body keeps the score. Hey, what is Kazuya's body doing to him? What's Kazuya's body doing to him? It's literally keeping score. You can hear it? Okay, good.
By Bessel van der Kolk, a psychiatrist and researcher focused on the area of post-traumatic stress since the 1970s.
Oh my God.
The book walks through numerous studies and horrific anecdotes while attempting to explain the profound lingering effects that trauma has on our mind and body.
Oh my God.
Van der Kolk's work and publications have been revolutionary to the field of mental health and helped so many, including myself, understand themselves on a deeper level, especially when it comes to identifying what exactly is trauma. Van der Kolk writes, "We have learned that trauma is not just an event that took place sometime in the past. It is also the imprint left by that experience on mind, brain, and body. This imprint has ongoing consequences for how the human organism manages to survive in the present."
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just shut up and let it keep playing.
Since
if I find
this new wave of trauma-informed research began, we have identified several key forms trauma can take, including relationship trauma, religious trauma, sexual trauma, childhood trauma, and many more.
We can definitely apply relationship, sexual, and childhood trauma to Kazuya. No, I think childhood trauma applies to Mommy. Sexual trauma 100% applies to Kazuya. And then relationship trauma for sure applies to Kazuya too. I would say childhood trauma applies to maybe Mommy and Chizuru.
Yet no matter the type, trauma results in a fundamental reorganization of the way the mind and brain manage perceptions. It changes not only how we think and what we think about, but also our very capacity to think. It's terrifying to imagine our lingering pains would affect us years, even decades later, sometimes without consciously knowing what is happening, until it becomes too late and the damage has taken its toll. Trauma poisons every life experience and leaves people feeling isolated. Traumatized people have a tendency to superimpose their trauma on everything around them and have trouble deciphering whatever is going on.
Okay. Let's just stop here for just 2 seconds. Let's just stop here for 2 seconds. Okay. What does Kazuya do? In this entire sequence, he hears about Chizuru selling her house. He superimposes his trauma onto that he's going to be abandoned by Chizuru. His immediate response is, what if she's going to do that to me too? Then he says, what's she going to do then? And his sexual trauma comes back, his desire to see Chizuru, and he seemingly gets over that. Then he says, I guess she's under no obligation to tell me, but it all feels so cut and dry. Again, he imposes his own trauma onto this situation. Then finally, he thinks about Mommy, and what does his mind do? He says, woman will forever be a mystery to me. As he said, traumatized people have a tendency to superimpose their trauma on everything around them, and they have trouble deciphering whatever is going on. He can't decipher what's going on with mommy, and he keeps saying she's a mystery because his mind literally cannot decipher it. His trauma is literally in control. You literally see that trauma perfectly represented here.
But there remains hope in the fact that we can learn to move forward, thanks to the plethora of trauma representation, whether on screen with characters exploring their own traumas.
Oh, Manchester by the Sea is brutal. Manchester by the Sea is fucking brutal. It's actually a really depressing movie. Like, holy shit.
It was much more normalized, and even in research, to truly find ways to help people out of the darkness. All it takes is one spark to light the flames and illuminate what lurks in the shadows. With this in mind, I have ascertained that the most profound...
That's literally kind of what we need. We need like a spark to illuminate what lurks in the shadows. What have we constantly been seeing as a repeating motif? Kazuya in the shadows, in the darkness, trapped in the darkness. This game very much leverages this whole theme of darkness, where literally what's going on... Oh, wow, what's going on with here? Let me just adjust this. Whoops. Literally, what's going on with Kazuya right now? He's literally trapped in the darkness. There is literally an entire motif of darkness. When you play Resident Evil 9, literally so much of the game is literally about going into the light and escaping the darkness. The way you kill the big, scary, fucking crazy lady is by literally opening the shutters so you shine a light on her and you take her out. That's how you beat her. You literally beat the game by always being in the light and not being in the shadows. You try not to be in the shadows because the shadows are dangerous, right? You have to shine a light onto the shadows. Chizuru feels she owes Kazuya so much emotional debt that she doesn't think a simple confession is enough to pay him back. She's trying to be perfect to make up for the lies. Very much so, yeah. Oscars was over, right? Did the rental family of Jofa won anything? The movie was so good, just watched it recently. I haven't seen it yet, and I don't recall it winning anything. Feel free to look.
Representations of trauma are often found in the horror. The most profound representations of trauma are often found in the horror genre, a genre known for highlighting how nightmarish traumatic experiences can be. Especially in one of my favorite survival horror series, Resident Evil. Originally debuting in 1996, Resident Evil has been known for its campy action and shocking showcase of grotesque zombies and biological monstrosities. Yet despite its over-the-top narratives, trauma often takes center stage, with numerous characters haunted and transformed by the horrors of their experiences, all of which culminated into Capcom's latest release, Resident Evil Requiem, an incredible display of this series' charm, and the embodiment of Vander Kolk's messaging with "the body keeps the score." For this video, I'd like you all to join me in examining Resident Evil Requiem through the lens of post-traumatic stress and its effects on the mind and the body. First, I'll do a light spoiler look at the game's two main protagonists, Grace and Leon, as well as the trauma that has shaped them into who they are at the start of the game. Next, I will aim to recap the events of the game, first focusing on the setting and the monsters that both characters encounter, and finally, with all of its spoilery wonder, I will discuss how trauma evolves over the course of the narrative. All in the hopes of shedding a light.
I actually wrote like a whole thing prior to this, so I still haven't finished this video, so I kind of hope. I feel like he might say some of the things I'm going to say, so I kind of hope, I don't know. I kind of like, never mind. You know, I already wrote it. I can pull it up right after and I can read it, but I already wrote something too, and I haven't finished this video yet.
Trauma.
But I feel like it's going to talk about it too.
That stays with you. So students, if you're ready, let's begin. Some memories never heal. Rather than fading with the passage of time, those memories become the only things that are left behind when all else is abraded. The world darkens, like electric bulbs going out one by one. I am aware that I am not a safe person. Beginning Resident...
That was heavy. Bro, that was fucking heavy. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was fucking heavy. Oh shit. Yeah, I feel like that's very much Kazuya. At the start of the series, Kazuya literally says, sometimes memories like need to fade before like new memories can take over, but some memories never fade. Final Fantasy VII does something similar with this, where Sephiroth is literally a representation of Cloud's trauma and pain. And when Cloud beats him, he literally tells Cloud, I will never be a memory. As in, I will always haunt you. I'm never just going to fade away like a memory. I'm always going to be here. And I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or the remake series is literally the embodiment of that. That this is literally him refusing to fucking die. I will never be a memory. I will always fucking haunt you. And that's literally what trauma feels like. Sephiroth is Cloud's trauma. He is literally the source of it all. He is the one who burned his village down. He is the one who killed Aerith. Like he absolutely fucked Cloud up. He is the one who actively reinforces Cloud's trauma to him. So in that same way, that is kind of what Kazuya is experiencing right now. His trauma that he experienced in Hawaiians is not going away. He has perceived trauma from Chizuru. He has the trauma from Mommy that is literally actively haunting him, actively trapping him. Now he has a physical trauma from Ruka. Then he has the emotional trauma from his family. And all of these things are literally like these things that are shackling him, unable to escape in that little darkness that's like bubbling in.
In Evil Requiem, we follow our newly introduced protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, an intelligence analyst for the FBI. Within the first few moments of the opening, we can understand a lot about Grace. From her posture rocking the L pose on her chair, being totally
oh my gosh, she is in the
absorbed
L
her
pose.
research, rocking the L pose on her chair, being totally absorbed in her research, unaware of the outside world, her clumsy mannerisms when she drops her books, and even being unable to have prolonged eye contact with her supervisor. Grace is a person lacking confidence, a consequence of being severely traumatized by the death of her mother, investigative journalist Alyssa Ashcroft. Which is why her boss has the brilliant idea of sending her to the Wrenwood Hotel, the site of her mother's brutal murder. Just to investigate a body exhibiting the same pathology as the ones we were already investigating. Now, I know her boss utters the words,
I won't force you to go.
But come on, man. She has extreme post-traumatic stress of seeing her mother brutally murdered in front of her, harming her and rendering her incapable of sticking up for herself, especially to her boss, who wants her to face the past. Now, if you would have told me that he was a part of the eventual kidnapping of Grace, I would have totally believed you, because indirectly forcing...
He is in part a part of it. Because he you find out later. So in the very last sequence of the game, when you have that big screen and Grace watches the video from Alyssa, if you actually look at the screen and zoom in, you can literally see the plan laid out. You can literally see Gideon's plan laid out, and he literally used like. Because he has connections to the government. So much of the game is like very heavily implying to you like the government is like broken and corrupt. So for instance, Leon works for the DSO, which is literally under the supervision of the president. So when Sherry goes looking for this thing that's like deeper into the government, and she's not allowed access, and she needs like higher clearance. When she's asking for higher clearance, she's going like to the very fucking top, you know, and the top just says no. So literally the government is fucked. When you go into ARC, as you're going through it, like literally the entire thing is literally talking about how they're going to make America better and greater for having all these fucking bioweapons. So no, the game is literally actively like telling you, oh yeah, no, this guy is like, whether he's like he's literally in on it or not, he was coerced into sending Grace on her own. He was kind of pushed into it to some degree, you know?
Someone to relive and revisit traumatic experiences is, well, it's pretty evil.
Resident evil.
One might say. As van der Kolk writes, to people who are reliving a trauma, nothing makes sense. They are trapped in a life or death situation, a state of paralyzing fear or blind rage. Mind and body are constantly aroused, as if they are in imminent danger. They startle in response to the slightest noises, and are frustrated by small irritations.
Chizuru comes in. Look at him just instantly retreat. Instantly hugs his pillow. Immediately says sorry. Always stutters. Hey, so can we talk? Freaks instantly the moment he hears those words. Immediately thinks that's it. It's over. Look at him. He's super panicked. I can't ask her. I don't want to. He's scared. He wants to run away. He wants to leave. And she has to push him down and talk to him. He's literally paralyzed by trauma. He sees Ruka, instantly runs. The moment he sees her reaction, freezes. He can't move. What is happening? I can't move. My legs are frozen. Come on. I'd scar her for the rest of her life. Mind and body are constantly aroused as if they are in imminent danger. He literally gets aroused. And as she forces herself on him, he literally mentally shuts down. What happens in the end, right? When Ruka starts actually sexually assaulting Kazuya, he literally emotionally shuts down. He can't do anything. He's gone. He's shut down.
This is why Grace becomes overwhelmed in Renwood, being absorbed back into haunting memories and startled by every little detail. Her mind is struggling to cope with the trauma that has been following her for years, a shadow cast upon her psyche, until the horrors of her mind manifest as she is confronted with horrific monsters and nightmares following her abduction to Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center, one of the primary backdrops of the game. But before I dive into the rest of Grace's adventure, I have to talk about our other protagonist, Leon, who works as a direct foil to Grace and her traumatic past. Despite Leon's experiences with monstrous and traumatic experiences in Raccoon City and Valdelobos, Spain, he remains level-headed, desensitized to the horrors around him, and oozing coolness from every angle. He is just that guy.
He's
getting
that
a Porsche
guy.
sponsorship because clearly only the coolest and hottest of men drive Porsches. Yet despite his inability to be frightened or his never-ending hilarious quips,
When's the last time you brushed your teeth?
he does harbor trauma in his system. At the start of the game, we quickly realize that Leon is succumbing to a version of the T-virus, the same virus he has had numerous encounters with being in Raccoon City, and the same black splotches found on the bodies a part of Grace's investigation. This shows how trauma's profound effects can differ between people, even those who shared the same experiences.
Damn it.
Now,
Damn
we
it,
can
I was saying
understand that
some.
Grace is a
Damn it.
metaphor of how trauma
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. That's pretty much what I wrote. Fuck.
can affect the mind, Leon is a metaphor of how trauma affects the body. And the delayed reactions of the T-virus.
Okay, never mind.
Leon
It's a
struggles
little
with
different. It's a little different. Yeah. The trauma affects the body for Leon. For Grace, it affects the mind. Fuck, it reset. Okay.
encountered bodies a part of Grace's investigation. This shows how trauma's profound effects can differ between people, even those who shared the same experiences. Now, if we can understand that Grace is a metaphor of how trauma can affect the mind, Leon is a metaphor of how trauma affects the body. And the delayed reactions of the T-virus that Leon struggles with are the metaphorical effects of PTSD. In PTSD, the body continues to defend against a threat that belongs in the past. Leon is clearly perpetually haunted by the events of previous games that bleed into his life and his future, weakening him physically and slowly throughout the course of the game, eventually causing him to confront the site of his initial traumas in the search for answers: the Raccoon City Police Department building and the ruins of Raccoon City, in the same vein as Grace confronting the Wrenwood Hotel and the sanatorium, Rhodes Hill. In fact, both primary locations for the characters in the game, Rhodes Hill for Grace and Raccoon City for Leon, serve as the perfect manifestations of their trauma.
Damn.
So, let's take some time to examine them both. We are threatened with suffering from 3 directions: from our body, which is doomed to decay; from the external world, which may rage against us with overwhelming and merciless force of destruction; and finally, from our relations with other men. This last source is perhaps more painful to use than any other.
Damn.
Immediately after her kidnapping...
Did he just quote
Grace
Sigmund Freud? Oh my god, he just quoted Sigmund Freud.
awakes to find herself in a sanatorium, filled with patients afflicted with a plethora of medical issues. Her first deadly encounter is with the Girl, a stalker monster who hunts Grace in the shadows, reminiscent of dark thoughts, pervasive in a traumatized mind, turning up at the worst times no matter which corner you attempt to escape to. This darkness that Grace handles throughout the game can also be seen as a metaphor for the obscuration of thoughts, often leading to a psychological condition called alexithymia, the difficulty in identifying, processing, and expressing emotions. This condition can be a result of trauma, an inability for people to process the world around them, and, at the same time, it muffles the everyday sensory delights of experiences like music, touch, and light, which imbue life with value. We cannot begin to heal.
Oh, I could definitely see. Yeah, maybe Kazuya is experiencing this too. Because absolutely, he's like not processing any of his experiences. He's like shutting them out.
If we can't fully understand the extent of what trauma instills in a person, unless that person is able to understand themselves. Which is why light is both used as a means to see and understand ourselves, and as a deterrent for the shadow monster, keeping it at bay so you may remain safe, able to understand the world you are thrust into. Other victims of the virus and mutations that Grace encounters in Rhodes Hill are also a reflection of the trauma that alters the mind. They are seemingly trapped in a spiral of obsessive and compulsive thoughts, with some hyperfixated on their jobs of turning off the lights, chopping up meat, and cleaning the center. They are desperately holding on to the one memory that gives them purpose, a window to the world outside, while their mind is flooded with the anguish of turning into a monster, thanks to this new version of the virus. Other patients are bothered by the mental turmoil of being made fun of for their size or haunted by the loud noises surrounding them. Every encounter in Rhodes Hill is reminiscent of Grace's mental trauma, her horrifying experiences both in and out of Rhodes Hill, and a reflection of the past that still haunts her, all leading her to finding and befriending Emily, a young girl blinded by experimentation and trapped to be left all alone. Emily is evocative of Grace's feeling of abandonment
Damn
and
it!
loss of her parents as her mother was violently taken away from her. She sees herself in Emily and vows to save her as a symbol of saving her past self, someone who desperately needed her mother. Leon's experience, on the other hand,
I will say
does not
so.
focus on
I
the-
will say something. Something he didn't catch, is that when Grace initially sees Emily, her initial reaction is actually something you don't really notice. She literally observes her initially. She literally looks at her initially like she does with her trauma. She's actually initially she's disassociating. She's literally looking at her like she looks at like the analysis she generally looks at. She looks at her through a screen, and then eventually actually goes in to help her and
mental
talk to her.
anguish and darkness of traumatized individuals. I mean, he is barely fazed when confronted with literal nightmares. No, Leon's trauma deals with the physical torment of a body declining. This Leon we see is much older, with bodily functions failing from both age and the lingering trauma of the T-virus. This decline is also featured in the setting and enemies of the ruined Raccoon City. The zombies we faced are decomposed husks, a shell of their former youthful selves, while others are filled with cancerous growths, more common as you continue to age. Even the zombies with military experience highlight a decomposing ability to aim properly, even though they still nearly destroyed me. Each of these monsters are reminiscent to the physical trauma that Leon carries. A land once teeming with life in its youth now finds itself in the clutches of decay. All leading us to the RPD building, the primary backdrop for Leon in Resident Evil 2. As we enter, memories begin to resurface and haunt Leon, reminding him of his inability to save the station and forcing him to carry the weight of being unable to stop the destruction of the city. Leon is able to recall these events with great detail as they form the baseline of his trauma, knowing that he, who is extremely capable, was incapable of stopping this decay, such as World War II veterans unable to shake the horrors of their traumas that Vander Kolk writes of. With the passage of time, events had been bleached of their intense horror. In contrast, those who had been traumatized and subsequently developed PTSD did not modify their accounts. Their memories were preserved, essentially intact 45 years after the war had ended.
Jesus.
Again, Leon's trauma isn't from the lack of his mental capabilities, but focusing on his physical limitations against an overwhelming enemy. And yet, despite the overwhelming odds stacked against both Grace and Leon, both of them are able to persevere, able to navigate the horrors that await them. So, finally, let's discuss how both Grace and Leon navigate the narrative and both grow and heal from their respective trauma. Major story spoilers ahead. Trauma is personal. It does not disappear if it is not validated. When it is ignored or invalidated, the silent screams continue internally, heard only by the one held captive. When someone else enters the pain and hears the screams, healing can begin.
What have I been saying? What have I been That's literally what needs to happen for Kazuya. Someone needs to hear his pain. Someone literally needs to fucking feel and hear his pain. No one does. It's the same with Chizuru. It's literally the same. No one fucking understands her. No one hears her. We literally heard this in exactly this opening in this chapter with Mommy, right? Her brother doesn't fucking get her. Her brother doesn't fucking get her. She has nowhere to vent out her feelings. She has no one who understands her feelings. She feels stupid for feeling the way that she does. She comes off like a tsundere when she looks that way. When in reality, Mommy is something completely different. She just needs an outlet.
Resident Evil Requiem showcases one of the most refreshing stories about trauma and its healing out of the entire series. Both characters overcome overwhelming obstacles, but before they reach the height of their successes, they are each beaten down to their lowest levels. For Grace,
and
she was able to
That's pretty much what I'm saying for Kazuya, is like he needs to get beaten down to his lowest fucking level. Like, if you thought chapter 218 was low, we're gonna go fucking lower.
successfully navigate out of Rhodes Hill. overcoming her mental trauma and escaping with Emily alongside her,
Yeah.
only to crash, leaving Emily mortally wounded and forced to transform into another monster. Leon quickly handles the situation, but Grace is left feeling that she had failed to save another person she cared for. To save the version of herself who desperately needed a hero.
I failed you.
And considering that Emily is in fact a clone of Grace, this loss is unbearable, forcing Grace to sink into the depths of despair. She effectively gives up fighting, hoping to find solace and answers to her pain from the scientist Victor Gideon who kidnapped her, and Timu Albert Wesker, a guy named Zeno. Leon, who also struggles with the feeling of being unable to save someone, ventures to rescue her, battling both seemingly unstoppable villains and his failing body. Slowly, Leon begins succumbing to his illness, unable to keep fighting. A man who is notorious for his strength only shows weakness. Each character, isolated from one another and haunted by their trauma, reach their lowest points, unable to progress forward or make actionable steps towards a positive future. Yet in the final act of the game, something miraculous happens. They were both able to push past their respective trauma and the roadblocks it created, but they could not overcome their trauma alone. They helped one another in the healthy partnership they had developed over the course of the entire game, knowing that they can rely on one another and trust each other to truly keep them safe.
I trust you. I trust you.
More than anything else, being able to feel safe with other people defines mental health. Safe connections are fundamental to meaningful and satisfying lives.
That's pretty much Kazuya's issue. Right now, do you feel like Kazuya has any safe connections? Even with Minnie? Even with Minnie? Truly, the only true safe Kazuya, true safe space Kazuya had was Chizuru, and in many ways, she's no longer that. He's trapped. He genuinely feels like he has nobody. His family in many ways has failed him, and even though they're trying to be better, they don't know how to change. Mommy is not a safe space for him. Ruka is not a safe space for him. Chizuru is trying to be a safe space for him, but she can't break through his walls. And he's literally trapped and alone. And he's isolating more and more. And Minnie, the character you think is a safe space for him, isn't. Minnie, when Kazuya opens up to her about what happened with Ruka, blames him for it. She treats him like he's at fault. She doesn't listen to him. She doesn't validate his pain. She never asks, "Are you okay?" The only person who has asked, "Are you okay?" is Chizuru. Nobody else did. Ruka asked, "Are you okay?" once. Chizuru has been asking, "Are you okay?" this whole time. And it's really sad no one seems to see that. I think Sumi returning is going to be set up for that exploration of that safe connection, because Sumi has always appeared like the safe connection for Kazuya. And I'm really interested in to see how Reiji is going to subvert that safe connection and explore what Sumi in many ways is. Because I think Sumi represents what Kazuya thinks he's doing but isn't actually doing, which is improving himself. So I think it's going to be fascinating for Kazuya to slowly realize Chizuru has always been his safe connection, his safe space, the person who was willing and ready to share in his pain, and how Kazuya has not been that for her. How he hasn't really been listening to her pain and her suffering and what she's been going through.
It is in community and in each other that we can begin to start a journey to heal. Trauma attempts to isolate you from everyone you love. It makes you feel like you are alone and you cannot foster safe and valuable connections. Trauma, whether the result of something done to you or something you yourself have done, almost always makes it difficult to engage in intimate relationships.
What can Kazuya not do? What is the one thing Kazuya can't do? He can't touch her. He's terrified of touching her. He's terrified of possibly engaging in any form of intimate relationship. Every time that happens to him in his dreams, he wakes up like he just had a nightmare. Even though he deeply desires it. When Ruka tries to like engage with him physically, it literally traumatizes him. Do you see how so much of Kazuya's issue is literally deeply rooted in him literally trapped in his trauma?
Which is why Grace and Leon's friendship is so hopeful. They were both suffering alone, but coming together made all the difference. Thanks to Leon's support and her own self-efficacy, Grace becomes much more confident in her abilities and herself, mirroring Leon's unwavering faith and mental fortitude, all leading up to her trusting El Pis, Spanish for the piss, an antiviral cure that Oswell E. Spencer created.
It was a reference to Greece, and it means okay.
As his redemption for the decades of committing bioterrorism and traumatizing billions. The same Oswell E. Spencer who adopted the young orphan Grace in an effort to make amends and just save one person in his life. Because regardless of your trauma or how you've traumatized other people, saving at least one person makes the greatest difference in healing. Now, understanding her role in the larger narrative and moving past her mental trauma, she is able to save Leon from his physical trauma by trusting in El Pis. By taking the repressed memories of her youth and recognizing that there was a light in a past she believed to be pitch black. Now, thanks to her help, Leon can save the day once again. He is back in control against a virus that works to control you. The challenge of recovery is to reestablish ownership of your body and your mind, of yourself.
Why do you think I've been talking about autonomy this whole time? Every single fucking stream we have, I talk about autonomy. Kazuya is physically sexually assaulted, literally robbed of autonomy as his trauma has robbed him of autonomy. Mommy emotionally controls him, right? And Mommy literally emotionally controls him in the scene where they are together. She's literally emotionally in control. His own emotions and body quite literally control him. What is the whole point of chapter 218? It is literally Kazuya losing control of his body. His heart and his body, his feelings don't listen to him. His mind doesn't listen to him. His mind shows him images he doesn't want to see. His body reacts to those images in a way he does not want to react. That is literally when it starts. That is that moment. That is when it starts, when his body and mind turn against him. Right? That is literally when you need to take it back. That is exactly why Kingdom Hearts has this like final boss in Birth by Sleep where the villain literally takes your body. He literally takes your body, and then he literally says to you, your body submits, your heart succumbs, so why does your mind resist? Because and then the boss fight literally tells you, like when it tells you like your objective in the boss fight, get your body back. Get your fucking body back. Take it back. Right? And literally what you become is called the lingering will. Your will lingers. Right? Your body is taken, your heart succumbs, even your mind is gone, but your will lingers. You didn't give up. And I think that is literally kind of what Reiji is trying to talk about with Kazuya here, where literally he needs to take ownership back of his body. His body has been controlled and defined. What does Kingdom Hearts to do with trauma? Kingdom Hearts has a lot to do with trauma. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, my God. I'm surprised you don't know. The antagonist character of Kingdom Hearts 1, which is Sora's best friend Riku, has such deep trauma and hate for himself because of how he betrayed his friend, because he desired to leave the island so badly. He turned and destroyed his own world by accident, and then the villain uses his own insecurities to take control of his body and then make him fight his best friend. Okay? And then afterwards, when he gains control of his body, so much of the story is literally him atoning. Because he feels horrible. He feels like he doesn't deserve to be with his friends. He's like, when Sora, his best friend, is searching for him throughout the entire second game, and he's just like, I was looking everywhere for you. Why didn't you tell me you were here? And he's like, I didn't want to be found. I didn't deserve to be found. I don't deserve to be with you guys. Right? So much of the villain of Kingdom Hearts is deeply rooted in trauma. I wrote like a whole thing about the main villain of Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2, who's a character deeply rooted in trauma. Sora as a character is literally written around trauma. Everybody perceives Sora as a character to be this bubbly, goofy character who smiles through everything. And there's a game that fundamentally deconstructs this and makes you realize how Sora smiling through everything is literally his coping mechanism. Because he has a deep trauma of feeling powerless and unable to do anything. And that's why he smiles through everything. And there comes a point where he just couldn't smile anymore. He hit a breaking point and he started crying and falling apart. And he got angry and vengeful and just mad at everything. Kingdom Hearts absolutely explores trauma. There's literally a character in Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories who doesn't even know he's acting out of trauma. He doesn't even know he's acting out of trauma. And when you get his backstory later in the series, you're like, holy fuck, that recontextualization is godlike. Like, amazing writing. I'm talking about Marluxia for Notori over here. I saw this video that recontextualizes Marluxia based on the events of Union Cross, and I'm like, holy shit, Nomura cooked. Oh my god. Like, it was so fucking impressive. And nearly every character in Kingdom Hearts is rooted in trauma in some way, shape, or form. Almost every single character. They've all suffered some sort of physical trauma, some sort of emotional trauma. There's a character, she's one of my favorite characters in Kingdom Hearts. Her name is Aqua. She's very much close to Chizuru. Aqua is very much close to Chizuru because Aqua's entire conflict is literally being raised with these like beliefs where she's trying to do what's right, but she doesn't know how to help her friends. And she keeps trying to do the right thing and blames herself for everything. And she literally appears stoic and under control for most of the series. In reality, she's really, really falling apart. And then she literally ends up in the realm of darkness, so the epitome of hell. And hell literally plays in your mind your own like hatred of yourself. And she literally starts hearing her own feelings and self-hatred. And then she becomes so fucking traumatized by being in hell that when she goes to the final battle and sees monsters from hell, she just freezes and lets herself get killed. Because she just fucking she literally just couldn't handle the trauma. She just froze. Like, Kingdom Hearts absolutely deals with trauma. A whole bunch of trauma.
With light, with hope, and with grace. Both characters were able to finally move on and heal, accepting a sense of closure. And looking forward to a future filled with endless possibilities.
Requiem.
When I had finished Resident Evil Requiem for the first time, I couldn't believe the absolute cinema that I had just witnessed, and how incredibly sweet and hopeful it was in a world hell-bent on traumatizing everyone.
Right.
The Resident Evil series
doesn't it feel that way? I think that's something Reiji is definitely talking about too. Is like, doesn't it feel like everything around Kazuya seems to want to traumatize him? Everything around Chizuru seems to want to traumatize her. Even the characters who are traumatizing other characters are being traumatized. Right? It feels like all the people, like all the YouTubers you listen to, all the the fucking AI and horse shit that you listen to, doesn't it all feel like it's just trying to traumatize you? And that's literally what it feels like for Kazuya's character and like for Chizuru's character and all these characters in general. And I think every single character in the story right now is literally trapped in trauma.
For showcasing such gruesome and despicable horrors that await our characters. But Requiem felt like a breath of fresh air. A story built on the backs of two traumatized individuals who find strength in themselves and in one another so that they move on from their pasts and save the future.
Oh, look at her smile.
Delivering hope in the form of Elpis, a cure for so many others suffering the same fate. But as much as I hope Elpis would solve all of our issues, I know there will always be more problems, more horrors, and more traumatic experiences that await us.
Oh yeah, no, they are setting up Wesker so fucking hard. They are setting up Wesker so fucking hard. I saw a video earlier talking about Zeno, and how he's like a clone of Wesker, but he's not really fully Wesker, because unlike Wesker, he wears the black coat on his shoulders. He doesn't actually have it on. He wears white, right? Whereas Wesker, like I even read some comments where like I thought about it and I'm like, holy shit, you're right. Zeno is more human than Wesker. Wesker is like a fucking monster. Like this dude is like, they are absolutely setting up a Wesker arc. You know, they are absolutely setting up a fucking Wesker arc where Wesker is such a brutal and heartless character. He's so dead. He's such an evil fucking bastard. Like he's so fucking evil. And like this character is literally written as kind of like, he looks like Wesker. He has Wesker's abilities, but he's not Wesker. Because Wesker is one evil motherfucker. He is like, he is the demon. So I feel like what they're doing is they're setting up for like a Wesker trilogy where they're going to have Resident Evil 1 and 0 as one game, probably called Resident Evil Origins, which makes a lot of sense to me, or just call it Resident Evil 1. Then you go into Code Veronica, which is also directly connected to Wesker. Then you have Resident Evil 5, which is Wesker's finale. And then what they're going to do is they're going to bring back Wesker through this like revival horse shit that they're doing with the blood stuff. And it's going to be like actually Wesker. He's actually going to come back. And it's going to be like probably some of the darkest shit in the series, because like Wesker is actually like the villain of Resident Evil. He is like the instigator for almost everything. You know, he is such a villain that like Spencer wanted him to lose, you know? Because Spencer lies to him in Resident Evil 5. Like, I referenced Resident Evil 5, but Spencer fucking lies to him. So, you know, that it feels like they're setting up for, like, a bigger darkness while
more
resolving
horrors
some.
and more traumatic experiences that await us. After all, there will always be another Resident Evil. So take the story of Resident Evil Requiem and Vander Kolk's The Body Keeps a Score as a mere starting point for a lifelong journey of learning and healing. No one piece of knowledge will be perfect enough to be the sole cure. Even The Body Keeps the Score is being challenged on pseudoscience claims and improper analysis. Yet it still holds so much weight and transformed so many lives. It changed the lives of both Grace and Leon because they channeled a mixture of Vander Kolk's 3 key avenues of healing from trauma. 1. Top down, by talking, reconnecting with others, and allowing ourselves to know and understand what is going on with us, while processing the memories of the trauma.
That is a big thing. Kazuya refuses to process what he experienced in Hawaiians. Did you notice that? Whereas Chizuru is actively thinking about Hawaiians. Chizuru is actively, consistently, always thinking about Hawaiians. Mami is trapped in certain parts of Hawaiians. But Kazuya just doesn't process any of Hawaiians. He doesn't go back to that moment where Chizuru ran away from him. He doesn't want to think about the details. They hurt too much. He doesn't want to think about what happened with Mami. He doesn't want to process what happened with Mami at all. He doesn't want to process what happened with his family and how much his family hurt him, right? How hurt he really fucking was. He doesn't want to process that Chizuru didn't talk to him for 3 months. He keeps thinking about the 3 months, but he doesn't want to process his part to play in the 3 months. So there's definitely like all these layers. He doesn't really want to process what happened with Ruka either, you know, right? He's putting Ruka to the side. He really doesn't want to fucking think about Ruka. Is the new Resident Evil game good? Yes, very good. I do think it has some issues where it's a little too scripted. There's some sequences that are a little too scripted. Some sequences last a little too long, like the Raccoon City sequence in the very beginning lasts a little too long. The flashbacks are like, not skippable, or not the flashback. Yeah, it was a flashback. Yeah, the flashback is like a little too long. It's not skippable. And so much of it is just kind of waiting around. Some stuff is like a little too scripted. I've been playing the game in first person. It's a little janky with Leon. Leon first person is kind of fucking janky. I think the pacing can be a little weird, but there is some really good writing in there. I think the Resident Evil 9's writing is actually like pretty fucking impressive. For what the game is trying to go for. I'll even read some of my own stuff that I wrote shortly. Actually, wait, I can do something to do that. Give me a sec. I got my old phone that still works. I just need to charge it. And then that way I don't need to take off my phone and remove my camera. So that way I can just be like, oh, I'm just going to read it from this. There we go. Problem solved. The phone just needs to charge a little bit first, and then I can read some of my own analysis for the game. But yeah, I definitely think trauma is like a big thing Reiji is definitely talking about, and how trauma gives us the illusion of choice when we're not really choosing.
Grace and Leon, connecting with one another and understanding each other's struggles. 2. By taking medicines that shut down inappropriate alarm reactions, or by utilizing other technologies that change the way the brain organizes information, such as the magical green herbs which can heal almost anything, or the research done with the blood sample collector. And 3.
So the third one, I don't fully always recommend this one. Know what works for you. I've tried taking medications, for example, to manage my ADHD. They actually made me feel worse. So it's very important to recognize when something does not work for you. When I took ADHD medications, I noticed that I was better in like normal day-to-day tasks, but I was when it came to creativity, it felt like my mind was blank. And that balance just did not feel good. I also didn't sleep very well. The reason I was taking that particular medication, it was a antidepressant medication that helped with ADHD. But it didn't work for me. It just wasn't for me. It didn't work well. I had sleeping issues. It bothered my stomach too. I developed some like stomach issues from it. And then I took Adderall, and Adderall really didn't work the way I had wanted it to. It just didn't do the thing for me. And so I realized like the best solution for me personally is sleep and eating good. That's what personally did the trick for me, is like everyone manages their own stuff differently. If anything, I felt like the medication actually made certain things feel worse. So please understand, medication isn't always the solution. It can help, absolutely. I'm not saying don't take medication if it's recommended to you. I'm saying try it, but just know how you feel when you're taking it. Like consider your own emotions if you're ever going to take medications for any particular reason and what it does to you,
Them up by allowing the body to have experiences that deeply and viscerally contradict the helplessness, rage, or collapse that result from trauma.
Oh, yep. That's what Kazuya was essentially experiencing in That's what Kazuya was experiencing in the cohabitation. The problem is that at the time, the problem with the cohabitation was that it was in part an illusion. Part of the cohabitation was an illusion, so it didn't fully contradict the helplessness, anger, or collapse that Kazuya was experiencing from his trauma. I think Kazuya, what he really needs is something real, but he's afraid of getting something real because that's what the trauma is deeply rooted in. Getting something real and then not getting it. Due to trauma, you can't think straight. That's pretty much what they're saying.
Visiting the sites of or collapse that result from trauma, such as revisiting the sites of old wounds and old enemies, knowing that they can overcome them and return stronger than ever before.
Remember
But in
that
regards
too.
to which method is the best for healing trauma, Vander Kolk writes, which one of these is best for any particular survivor is an empirical question. Most people I have worked with require a combination.
Yeah,
There
Kazuya
is still
definitely needs a
much to-
combination of everything. I'm gonna talk about mine. So I have one that he didn't talk about yet, which hell yeah, the one I wrote, the one I personally wrote, he didn't talk about. So I'm gonna delve into that. Sweet. I do think this is the trauma Reiji. This is the healing to the trauma that Reiji is personally talking about. That's the one I think Reiji's talking about, and that's the one I think is Resident Evil 9 is also talking about.
to learn about how to navigate and heal trauma. And perhaps I can help illuminate these topics in future videos, even in more Resident Evil games if you all desire. After all, if my videos can be a starting point for you, or for anyone to start their healing journey, then it needs to be shared. Trauma is now our most urgent public health issue, and we have the knowledge necessary to respond effectively. The choice is ours to act on what we know.
The choice.
Let's take a leaf out of
It's a
Leon
choice,
and Grace's
bro.
journey, one of my favorite Resident Evil experiences to date, because despite each character facing incredible struggles, they were able to pull through together, responding in the proper ways. Now even able to keep prolonged eye contact. They've moved on to confidently
she
navigate
can.
a new world, a world they could fully live in and not be haunted by the trauma of their pasts, even saving people who they once thought were gone forever, such as Emily, who was found alive and was healed from her blindness. There is always a hope for a future, a light in the darkness, and a vision of what's to come. All we need to do is heal. Thank you all so much for watching.
Okay, let me see if I can turn my phone on. Yep, okay, I can turn it on. Okay, just give me a sec. I guess I'll pull up some. I'm gonna do this like a fucking video. Let's pull up some Resident Evil 9 cutscenes, just so I can show everything I'm talking about. Yeah, I was looking up to some footage earlier. Man, Kazuya really needs Chizura's help, and she needs his. And she needs his. They need each other's help. Wasn't that literally the whole theme of the beginning of the series? Sayuri literally said this, that like we need other people. We can't do things without other people. You know? Someone always makes up for the part of us that's missing. I was talking to Briff earlier, and I disagreed with him heavily on one particular thing. Let me pull it up. Notifications maybe. Yeah, I disagreed with him on a very particular thing. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't understand this when I first saw it, so I still don't know what they're talking about. There it is. So, okay, he talks about chapter 171. He says, oh, Chizura's 99% strength and 1% weakness. Kazuya's 99% weak and 1% strength. I think he's completely misunderstanding the narrative. I don't agree with this. That was Kazuya's interpretation, and Kazuya was literally saying this after Chizuru broke down in his arms and started crying and showed him how weak she actually was. I told him, as for chapter 171, I don't agree with your view. Kazuya's view isn't accurate. It's Kazuya as he idolizes Chizuru into an invincible girl that she is not. Nor is Kazuya 1% strong. If anything, he appears invincible to others. Kazuya isn't weak. He convinces himself he's weak, just as others did. Chizuru, in contrast, is not 1% weak. She is quite weak and strong on her own ways. This mirrors yin and yang. But as you can see, it's not simply the little hole that needs filling, but the whole other curve to make a circle. So, like, yeah, this one has black, but it needs that entire extra curve to be filled to be a circle. You know, that's, I think, the thing that, like, we need other people for. It's like it's both a reflection of an internal balance and an external balance. You know, we have the internal balance where we have to strike a balance between our yin and yang, whereas we have the external balance where we have this part of us that we simply cannot complete on our own, and we need someone else with us to help us complete that. We need other people to help us through our trauma. And as I've explained before, Kazuya is kind of like the light to Chizuru, and Chizuru is his darkness that can see him. I'll read that for you guys as well. But as you can see, it's not simply the little hole that needs filling, but the whole curve to make a circle. What we view as 1% may be 51%. It is a sign of something much bigger. He disagreed. We got into a whole spat, and, you know, I was essentially just telling him everyone is a liar, but we all need another half that completes us. Our 1% weakness influences our missing 50%. That's why I say it's 51, because our 100% is but a half of another that makes a circle. We all have a need for people to complete us. We all need somebody to complete us. It doesn't have to be romantic. We just need other people. We're naturally social creatures. Everybody needs alone time, and everybody can function alone, but we all need someone else in our lives. That's literally what we are. We're just normal people. You know, I think even the biggest loners need somebody in their life. And then I wrote a thing for that. Chizuru, see darkness. Oh my god, I literally wrote the thing. Oh my god, I literally wrote the thing. Lesh. Are you hungry right now? Okay, just give me a little bit. حتى أخلص وأجي. Chizuru, see darkness. Where is it? Darkness. Kazuya? There it is. Chizuru's world is the night. Kazuya's world is the day. Chizuru is the dark to Kazuya's light. In that sense, Kazuya is the moon of her night, what illuminates her path in the dark. Chizuru is the shadow that accepts and understands his inner darkness when no one sees it in the day. Bro. Look at me cook. Bro. She literally shines a light on his inner darkness, just as he does. He shines a light to illuminate her path and shines a light on her darkness. Oh my god. And of course he agreed with me. Dude, Briff, like, disagrees with literally fucking everything I write. It's kind of fucking annoying. Like, I don't mind getting into an argument with someone, but damn, does it get exhausting. I don't mind getting into an argument with someone, but fuck, it can get exhausting real fast. Okay, let me pull up Twitter so I can pull up the shit I was talking about. Okay, you're gonna load, you're gonna work. How's it gonna go? What you doing? Okay, there we go. Wait, what the fuck? Are my drafts limited to my phone? You can't be serious. You can't be okay, there they are. There they are. Gimme. Gimme, 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 gimme. Bitch, why aren't you loading? I need you to load faster. Could you not? Please load. Okay, go away, go away. It's not loading. I don't like that it's not loading. Twitter, can you work for once? Thanks. Maybe I need to update it. Let me see if I can update it. Yeah, maybe I need to update Twitter. Ugh, of course I need to update fucking Twitter. Fucking, fuck. Yeah, come on, YouTube, demonetize me. I fucking dare you. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, we'll fucking do it. Every time. Oh, come on. Why is nothing loading? Why is this so slow? Okay, maybe I need to like turn you off and turn you back on. That didn't do anything. What the fuck's going on? Wait, what? Reggie has a Twitter space right now? Fuck me. Fuck me, dude. Fine. I can't watch it here. I can't watch it here. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I can't watch it here. Bro. The fuck? What the hell am I supposed to do? I can't watch it here. Talk about a conundrum. What? It's like playing music. What does that read? Assignment distribution. Is he giving us something to do? Okay. What's your take on season 5 teaser spoiling the biggest moment of the arc? I don't think it did. I don't think it really did. It doesn't show you the very deep. So I have a stream about it. You're welcome to go check it out. It doesn't get into the very deep, intimate stuff. It shows you something you already know about, which is thematically in line with the arc about being about revealing things. The arc is literally about revealing shit. So it makes sense to show you the kiss, but it doesn't show you what the kiss really means. Nor does it really show you what these very deep, intimate moments actually mean. You're only seeing just like the surface level of it, which is very in line because that's pretty much how everyone around the characters see that moment. Just the surface level of it. I think the trailer is actually secretly very brilliant. I think the trailer is secretly very fucking brilliant. It literally falls perfectly in line with the ideas and themes of the arc, which is just showing you shit on a surface level. My work mostly for family and friends. Interesting. But yeah, that's just my feelings. I think the trailer for season 5 is secretly like fucking brilliant, and it's kind of shocking to me no one seems to see it. I've seen a lot of people like really upset about it. They're like, they fucking ruined it. They fucking ruined it. I don't think they did. I don't think that you have not seen the super deep intimate moments. You haven't. You've only seen just like a surface of it, and not to mention this is just the beginning of the arc. This is just the beginning of the arc. There's still the 3-month time skip. There's still them living together. There's a lot to go on. Let's see. Sorry. I'm like going between you guys, Reiji, and then I also have to consider eating dinner with my mom, and I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm trapped between like 3 different things. Help. Help me, please. Oh, I fucking knew it. It only shows this stuff. Ugh. Okay, I guess I'll have to finish it and post it before we go and read it. Man, everything's been fucked today. I don't get to stream when I want to. I have work during stream day. Reiji streams at like right in the middle of my stream. I can't even share it. And then to top it off, like I gotta have dinner. I gotta rest. I don't know how tomorrow's gonna be. Man, today's fucked. Today is fucked. You can't share the audio? No. I'm not sharing anything. I'm sorry. I'm not sharing anything. I'm sorry. It's just over here on this monitor. I'm listening to the audio. I'm seeing it auto translate certain things, but I don't think it's right to share any of that stuff. The only stuff I've shared with you guys in the past is shit that was already like either out there or getting misrepresented by people. That was it. But if no one's gonna get access to this, no one's gonna see it. I'm not gonna just outright share it unless I think it's okay to share it. Yes, it is hypocritical and in part on my own judgment. But this is just what I'm choosing to do. In many ways I'm kind of like semi-advertising for it. You know. I will say this. I'll share this. He's not talking about the manga right now. He's talking about real life shit, but he's talking about how time flies. He's talking about how time flies when you're an adult, and it feels like it doesn't last forever, which could be in line with the story. So there you go. I shared some light things with you. Okay. You know what I could do? We could try playing Resident Evil. I could try playing Resident Evil while listening to him. I don't know how that would work, but I could try. I don't know how I would do it, but I could try. Mm. Okay, sorry. So yeah, anyways, that was a good video that we watched. I felt like they hit a lot of nails on the head. As for the chapter itself, there's probably some details we could get into. I mean, first off, the buns look like a bra. The buns literally look like a bra from like a weird perspective, which I think is a not so subtle undertone of this chapter and its theme of desires, right? Desires literally controlling our feelings. So literally it looking like the buns, and it's like, oh, you desire the buns, get it? Steamed buns, like a booty or boobies, you know? What do you see with Kazuya here? Literally looking at mommy's skirt over and over, mommy's chest beating. What do you see in the very end? You see her buns. Get it? You literally see her boobs. You see buns in the very beginning of the chapter and buns in the end of the chapter. It's very very in your face about what it's trying to say. I don't think it's being very subtle. I think it's pretty in your face. Do you think Ruka and Mommy have a chance? Nope. Because I don't think they're actually in a relationship. No. I'm sorry, if you think this is anything other than Kazuya and Chizuru's love story, you've kind of missed the point. It's not about a chance. That's not what love is. Love is not a chance. Love is a choice. Love can be a chance encounter, but it is ultimately a choice. You have to make a choice, and that's the thing. Mommy and Ruka are not choices. They're not really deciding for themselves. They're not really actually processing what they want. Nor do they really know what they want. Mommy doesn't know what she wants. Ruka thinks she wants Kazuya, but does she? And Kazuya doesn't love them. He loves Chizuru, but he's not processing what he wants from Chizuru. Did you get the donation in the past stream comment? Because I donated and it says freaking error. I don't recall seeing one. You don't have to donate. It's okay. Okay, so he's just kind of talking about, I can't tell you what it is. He's talking about something in his life. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Okay. I love how you go from this shot to this shot, and she almost looks sad and disappointed and hating herself. Yeah, this shot is so interesting. She goes from this to like looking down and like a mess. That's such an interesting. Okay, I don't know how to check. Fan funding. Top chat. Okay. Yeah, there's a really fascinating transition from like this particular shot of Mommy to this shot of Mommy. She's like, it's like she got angry, but then she got very. It's like she doesn't want to admit what she's feeling. Yeah, it's literally like, I don't want to admit what I'm feeling. Steamed buns. Oh my god, she's literally steaming in the shower. Steamed buns. Get it? He's talking about One Piece now. The live action. He's saying here he's reminded of why he got into the industry because of reliving One Piece through the live action. He really liked it. Which I agree. I've been liking the live action One Piece a lot too. Are we back? It says I disconnected and reconnected. Have I returned? Yeah, it's amazing. I'm debating if I should end the stream. It doesn't look like there's many people right now. Let me reload. It says there's only like 5 people watching. If there isn't really many people watching, I can just end the stream here. We've hit a good 4 hours. Yes, sir, I've been lurking. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's many people watching right now. And if that's the case, that's fine. We can end it here and I can come back later. I have a question, Johan. Shoot. Shoot, Dust. Ripu, you can end and come up on Thursday, depending upon your mood. I might come back later today to play some Resident Evil, maybe. I've been meaning to play RE1 for a little bit, so I might come back to play RE1. He's talking about Chopper's arc and how moving it is. You can end and come on Thursday, depending on your mood. I have a question, Johan. Are we going to unite against Mother's Basement for Rag Season 5? I'm not sure. I don't know, dude. He's a big content creator. He's gonna say whatever the fuck he's gonna say. I'll gladly criticize him and call him out for his horse shit, but I don't know. I just don't know what that's gonna do. He's a big content creator and he's just gonna keep saying shit and the people will eat it up like the sheep they are. You know? It's Twitter, it's Reddit, it's what they do. I'll gladly call him out on his horse shit, but you know, I don't know what the fuck I don't know what the point of uniting against him is. I'd rather just share and talk about why this story is good. And I'll gladly make a video on it at some point whenever the fuck I actually get my shit together. But I don't know. I still have a glitch on my YouTube account, chat disappearing. So I've been meaning to ask you, how do you think Kazuya will wake up and realize the error of his ways? Well, he's gonna have to get pretty darn low. I think it might start with Sumi. I think there's a very real chance it's gonna start with Sumi. She's definitely a trigger of some sorts. Sumi is definitely a trigger of some sorts. Because Sumi is literally doing the thing he wants to do, and in many ways she's also not doing that thing. What I mean by that is that she joined Rental Girlfriend specifically to improve herself, which is what Kazuya is trying to do. Sumi has always been the connection, that deep connection that Kazuya thinks he doesn't have with Chizuru, but he does. He's always she's kind of been that. So many readers perceive Sumi as that. So Kazuya going to Sumi now when he has this deep darkness that he needs someone to understand and share with, I don't think is a coincidence at all. Especially considering we're intentionally calling back to Kazuya's birthday, which happened to take place exactly where the date ended. Kazuya's birthday, where Sumi gives Kazuya the beanie for his head, the place they stop at is literally where the date ends. And the date directly calls back to it. Kazuya is meeting Sumi on June 17th, exactly 1 month away from May 17th, when he went on that date with Chizuru. That is not a coincidence. That is Reiji setting us up for something big to happen with Sumi. Sumi is going to be some sort of trigger. Whatever's going to happen with Sumi is going to be some sort of trigger. And I don't think it's going to be good. Well, I got that, Goku. I got that. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. 1 month later is when Sumi meets him. And it's not a coincidence. I think whatever's going to happen with Sumi might end up being either a parallel or a subversion of when she was talking to him on his date. Because now it's not a... Remember, what was the reason Kazuya opened up to Sumi back then? He shared in the fact that they both... that he wanted to help Chizuru. And he felt like he couldn't. He was talking about Chizuru's pain. And they were sharing in that pain themselves. And Sumi is like, I'm here for you. I understand. You know? So it makes a lot of sense to be the flip of that this time. You know? Whereas with Kazuya's birthday with Ruka, in the first birthday, you could say Ruka didn't you could find some level of deniability with the whole Ruka assaulting thing. She absolutely assaulted him on his birthday, but maybe she wasn't fully aware of what she was doing. And back then, Ruka stopped. This time, Ruka doesn't stop. And there's no deniability of what she did. We can see a parallel to that with Sumi this time. Absolutely. There's going to be some sort of parallel to that with Sumi this time. Also, next chapter is 418. Exactly 200 chapters from 218. The next chapter might be intense. There's a real possibility next chapter might be very intense. It's exactly 200 chapters from 218. It's called Strong Words. Next chapter might be a little intense. I'm just saying, it might be relevant to 218 in some fashion. Mommy confronting his father, maybe? Nope. I don't know about that. We actually don't have much to work off of for next chapter, do we? We really don't got much to work off of next chapter, do we? Yeah, there isn't really much to go off of. Like, yeah, I don't know where next chapter is going to go. We don't really have much to work off of. Yeah, this is a very mommy-focused chapter. Even the stuff about Kazuya is inherently tied to mommy. This is a very mommy-focused chapter. It's like mommy's literally overtaking Kazuya. Yeah, and it is called My Ex Mommy None of Me. What are the other chapters where it's called My Ex Mami Nanami? I know one of them, I think, is during Hawaiians. Could have sworn one of them was during Hawaiians. Yeah, they changed chapter 215 to be My Ex Mami Nanami 2. In the original release, it wasn't called that. They changed that for the volume release. Reiji said that in one of the streams a while back. And then the first one is chapter 4. So chapter 4, chapter 215, and chapter 417 are the mommy chapters. I think that's a very interesting set of chapters to be connected to mommy. 417 being mommy's number is like very, very fitting. 4 being the number of death. And she's literally a parallel to Chizuru. Or literally her mirror, if you will, her dark reflection. Then 1, which is singular, literally she's alone, while at the same time 1 also ties to Chizuru. And finally 7, which is inherently tied to Mami's family, Nanami. 7 C's, the 7 C's family. And it's part 3, so you add that with the 4, it's suddenly 717. Kind of crazy shit. Yeah. So there's definitely like this chapter is deeply rooted in the influence of Mommy's family. This chapter is deeply rooted in the influence of Mommy's family. Oh, I just noticed Mommy never got her earrings. They specifically show you she doesn't have her earrings. She never got them back. I just noticed that. That just clicked for me. They intentionally show you the earrings and how she doesn't have them. Oh, how did I not clock that? How the fuck did I not clock that? She literally doesn't have... That is intentionally shown to you. Which makes you wonder, did she ever have earrings? Wait, that makes you wonder, did Mommy ever have earrings? Or did she just forget them in the car? Do we ever see her other ear? We never see her ears in any other portion except for that point. So Reiji intentionally leaves it ambiguous. You don't know if she ever had earrings, if she ever lost them, or if she just forgot them. Oh, Reiji, you mad? I love it. He's literally fucking with the audience on purpose. You don't know the truth. You just know she doesn't have her earrings. You just know she doesn't have the earrings she supposedly lost. Which is pretty funny, because doesn't that literally contradict what this dude just said about her? He just says, the moment you lose something that used to be yours, you just start wanting it all over again. Yet she lost her earrings and doesn't care about them. She started this to get her earrings back, and yet here she is not giving a shit about her earrings. Almost like Reiji's literally saying the brother's fucking wrong. Almost like Reiji's literally saying the brother's fucking wrong. Oh, I'm listening to Reiji Miyajime while literally figuring out what he's fucking saying. Oh, Reiji, my goat. Holy shit. That's pretty good. I can't believe I did not clock that. The only time you see her ear, it fundamentally invalidates what this dude is saying. It fundamentally invalidates what the brother's saying. And guess what? You literally see his ears. Oh, you literally see his ear. You're so annoying, drop dead. I don't want either one then. Why are you so mad? I don't know. Have you considered yourself? It was just a red bean bun. You're the one being a dick, right? He tells her, why are you so mad? When he's the one criticizing her and telling her, you have this terrible habit. And he wonders why she fucking throws that at him. He wonders why she's so mad at him. When he's the one saying this shit to her. Fuck off, bro. Literally, bro. Yeah. Oh, man. Reiji leaving some very subtle details here. See, I told you there was more to this chapter. Okay. It sounds like I'm going to cancel. We're going to stop here. I got to go eat with my family. And then I'll maybe come back a little later to do some Resident Evil streaming. How does that sound? How does that sound? I can come back later, do some Resident Evil streaming. And that's if I have the energy. I'll have to see. I'd like to talk a little more about this chapter, so I'll have to see. Anyway, I think I'll stop here for now. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. Subscribe, like button, all the fun stuff. I don't think I can stream tomorrow, but I'll try. If I can't, I can't. Just don't expect anything, please. Just know it's not going to be easy. Oh, it's going to turn the camera. There we go. That's so much better. That's so much better. God damn, that's so much better. Yeah. Eddie, man, he saw your thing. Okay. I don't know what to ask, so I'm not going to ask anything this time. It's fine. All right. I'll see you guys later. Take care.